Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The mud squelched beneath our tires, a sound that would undoubtedly haunt my nightmares for years to come. As our car sank deeper into the mire, I could feel Lily's eyes on me, silently posing the question we were both too terrified to voice aloud: what have we gotten ourselves into? It was supposed to be a simple shortcut, a clever way to shave an hour off our drive back to the city after a blissful weekend getaway in the tranquil countryside. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous shades of bruised purple and fiery red, I realized that our little detour had twisted into something far more sinister. I'm Jake, and my girlfriend, Lily, and I had been dating for about a year. We both toiled away at high-stress jobs in finance, and this weekend trip was meant to be a precious chance to unwind, to reconnect, far from the incessant buzz of emails and the tyranny of phone calls. Now, as I stared blankly at the mud-caked wheels of our humble sedan, I would have willingly given anything at all, to be back in my cramped office cubicle. Maybe we should try rocking it back and forth? Lily suggested, her voice tight with barely contained panic. I merely nodded, not trusting myself to speak, my throat constricted by a burgeoning fear. I slammed the car into reverse, then drive, then reverse again. The engine whined in desperate protest, a pathetic, dying gasp, but we remained stubbornly immobile, rooted to the spot. After 10 agonizing minutes of futile attempts, I slumped back into my seat, a crushing wave of defeat washing over me. We were well and truly stuck. I'll try calling for a tow truck, Lily said, her trembling hand pulling out her phone. Her face fell almost immediately, mirroring my own despair. No signal. Of course, there isn't. I peered out the windshield, trying desperately to orient myself in the rapidly fading light. The dirt road we had so foolishly turned onto stretched out before us, a dark, winding ribbon disappearing into the impenetrable depths of a thick, ancient forest. Behind us, it curved deceptively around a low hill, completely obscuring the way we had come. We hadn't passed any houses, any flickering signs of civilization, for at least 20 minutes before our ill-fated entanglement with the mud. We can't stay here all night, I muttered, the words more to fill the suffocating silence than anything else. I guess I'll have to walk back, see if I can find help. Lily's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. You can't go out there alone. We don't even know where we are. She was right, of course. The mere thought of wandering aimlessly through those dark, whispering woods alone sent a fresh wave of ice-cold dread down my spine. But what other choice did we have? Before I could respond, a flicker of light caught my eye, headlights, distant but unmistakably approaching, coming around the bend behind us. Relief, so potent it almost made me dizzy, flooded through me. See? I gasped, pointing. Someone's coming. We'll be out of here in no time. But as the vehicle drew closer, that fragile relief curdled and soured into a deep, unsettling unease. It was an ancient pickup truck, its once white paint now a grotesque patchwork of rust and dried mud. It slowed as it approached, coming to a final sputtering stop a few yards behind us. Two men emerged, both clad in worn, grimy overalls and heavy boots caked with the same thick mud that held us captive. The driver, a tall, gaunt man with a scraggly, unkempt beard, approached my window. I rolled it down, forcing myself to ignore the cacophony of warning bells clanging in the back of my mind. "You folks look like you could use some help," he drawled, his voice gravelly and thick with a local accent I couldn't quite place. "Yeah, we're stuck pretty good," I replied, forcing a brittle smile to my lips. "Don't suppose you have a tow rope?" The man's companion, shorter and stockier but possessing the same unkempt, unsettling appearance, let out a whizzing, humorless laugh. "Tow rope won't do you no good here, city boy. That there's Blackwood Bog. Like quicksand, it is. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink." I glanced at Lily, seeing my own gnawing uncertainty perfectly mirrored in her wide eyes. Something about these men set my teeth on edge, prickling my skin with an indefinable fear. But they were the only help we were likely to find out here, isolated and vulnerable. "Is there a garage nearby?" I asked, my voice betraying a slight tremor. "Or maybe we could use your phone to call for a tow truck?" The tall man shook his head, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. It never quite reached his cold, dead eyes. "Ain't no garages around here, and cell phones don't work in these parts. Too many hills, they say." He paused, seeming to ponder something, a calculating glint in his eye. "Tell you what, we can take you back to our place. Got a landline there, and my cousin Jeb's got a tractor. Might be able to pull you out come morning." Every single instinct I possessed screamed at me to refuse, to lock the doors and brave the night in the mud, whatever the consequences. But what other choice did we truly have? We couldn't possibly stay here all night, exposed and freezing, and wandering off into those impenetrable woods would be nothing short of suicide. I looked at Lily, silently asking for her opinion. She gave a small, hesitant nod, her face etched with resignation. "That's very kind of you," I said, turning back to the man, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "We'd really appreciate the help." His smile widened, revealing teeth stained a ghastly yellow from years of tobacco. "Ain't no trouble at all. We take care of our own round here." The way he said it, the possessive, chilling emphasis on our own, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. We grabbed our phones and wallets, locking the car behind us with a click that sounded ridiculously fragile in the vast silence. As we approached the pickup, I noticed for the first time that it had no license plate, just another unsettling detail that made my skin crawl. The interior of the truck reeked of stale cigarettes and something else, something metallic and profoundly unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. Lily pressed close to me in the cramped back seat, her hand finding mine and squeezing tight, her knuckles white. As we bumped and swayed along the dark, unpaved road, the tall man, who had introduced himself as Cyrus, kept up a steady stream of rambling chatter. He talked about the isolated area, about how the folks around here didn't take kindly to outsiders, about how unnervingly easy it was to get lost in these woods and never be found. "Yep, these parts can be mighty dangerous if you don't know your way around," he said, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror, a knowing, unsettling glint in their depths. "Good thing you ran into us, eh?" I mumbled a non-committal agreement, my mouth dry as dust. Every turn of the road took us deeper into the oppressive wilderness, further from any flickering hope of rescue. I tried desperately to keep track of our route, to mark mental landmarks, but in the impenetrable darkness, every gnarled tree looked identical, every winding path indistinguishable from the last. After what felt like an agonizing eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, we turned sharply onto a narrow, barely discernible dirt track. The truck bounced and swayed violently, branches scraping with a grating sound against the windows, a chilling prelude to what lay ahead. Finally, we emerged into a small, desolate clearing. The house, if you could even call it that, looked like something violently ripped from the pages of a horror story. It was a ramshackle, two-story affair, its faded paint peeling like diseased skin, shutters hanging askew, broken and mournful. A few outbuildings lurked in the deeper shadows, their purpose unsettlingly unclear. The entire grim scene was illuminated by a single, bare bulb swinging precariously over the porch, casting everything in a sickly, jaundiced yellow glow. "Home sweet home," Cyrus announced, killing the engine with a decisive click. As we gingerly climbed out of the truck, I noticed a subtle movement in one of the upstairs windows. A face, pale and gaunt, peered out for a fleeting instant before quickly disappearing behind a ragged, grimy curtain. Cyrus must have caught my gaze. "That's just Ma," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Don't mind her. She ain't been right since Pa passed." He led us up the creaking porch steps, the warped boards groaning ominously beneath our hesitant feet. The front door, seemingly of its own accord, swung open just before we reached it, revealing a woman who could have been Cyrus's twin, right down to the tobacco-stained teeth. "Well now, what have we here?" she drawled, her eyes raking over us with undisguised, unsettling curiosity. "City folk got themselves stuck in Blackwood Bog?" Cyrus here lent him a hand, the stockier man, who still hadn't uttered a single word, finally rumbled, his voice a low, gravelly growl. "Thought we'd lend him a hand." The woman's smile, a grotesque rictus that never reached her cold eyes, widened. "How neighborly of you, brother. Come on in then, I'm sure our guests are parched after their ordeal." The interior of the house was no better than its decaying exterior, peeling wallpaper, carpets stained with unidentifiable, ancient grime, and an overwhelming, cloying smell of mildew mixed with something else, something that made my stomach churn with nauseated dread. We were ushered into a cramped, suffocating living room, its walls grotesquely adorned with mounted animal heads in various stages of gruesome decay. Lily's grip on my hand tightened, her fingers digging painfully into my palm, as we sank onto a sagging couch, springs poking uncomfortably through the worn upholstery. "I'll fetch some tea," the woman announced, her voice a sickly sweet melody, before disappearing into what I assumed was the kitchen. Cyrus and his taciturn companion remained standing, looming over us like silent, predatory sentinels. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the rhythmic, agonizing tick-tock of an ancient clock on the mantelpiece, each second echoing like a death knell. "So, about that phone?" I began, attempting to sound casual, but Cyrus cut me off with a dismissive wave of his hand. "All in good time, city boy. First, we gotta make sure you're the right kind of folk." A profound chill, colder than any winter wind, ran down my spine. "The right kind of folk?" I echoed, my voice barely a whisper. Cyrus's smile widened, revealing even more of those stained, yellowed teeth. "You see, we don't get many visitors round these parts. And when we do, well, let's just say we like to make sure they're compatible with our way of life." The woman returned, bearing a tarnished tray with 4 steaming mugs. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, and gave off a pungent, acrid odor that made my eyes water and my throat constrict. "Drink up," she said, thrusting a mug into each of our trembling hands. "It's an old family recipe. Good for what ails you." I glanced at Lily, seeing my own raw terror perfectly reflected in her wide, dilated eyes. We both knew, with a sickening, undeniable certainty, that whatever was in those mugs was not tea. And that if we drank it, our fate would be irrevocably sealed. In that agonizing moment, as Cyrus and his family watched us with a hungry, predatory glint in their eyes, I fully comprehended the true, abyssal horror of our situation. We weren't just lost in the backwoods. We had stumbled, utterly unprepared, into a living nightmare, one that had been carefully cultivated and nurtured by generations of twisted isolation and depravity. The clock ticked on, each second stretching into an eternity. I knew, with a desperate clarity, that we had to act, had to find a way out of this hellish trap. But surrounded by these monstrous people, in this house of unspeakable horrors, any move, any flicker of defiance, felt like it could be our last. As I raised the mug to my lips, forcing myself to pretend to take a sip, my mind raced frantically. How far were we truly from the main road? Could we possibly outrun them in the suffocating darkness of the forest? And even if, by some impossible miracle, we escaped this house, how would we ever find our way back to civilization? The tea's pungent, cloying aroma filled my nostrils, a potent reminder that our innocent weekend getaway had irrevocably devolved into a desperate fight for survival. In the abyssal depths of these dark, whispering woods, far from the fleeting comfort and perceived safety of our normal lives, we were about to discover just how far we would go to stay alive. Story 2. The binoculars felt unnaturally heavy in my hands as I watched the group of bird watchers trudge through the protected meadow, their heavy boots crushing delicate wildflowers with each careless step. Something about their movements, their furtive glances, set my teeth on edge. In my 10 years as a park ranger at Sequoia National Park, I'd seen my fair share of overzealous nature enthusiasts, but this was different. These people weren't here for the birds. I'm Ranger Ben Carter, and what started as a routine patrol would soon plunge me into a nightmare that would shake my faith in humanity and challenge everything I thought I knew about the wilderness I'd sworn to protect. The day had dawned crisp and clear, the kind of autumn morning that reminded me why I'd chosen this life, away from the chaos of the city. I'd set out at first light, my pack filled with supplies for a day of trail maintenance and wildlife observation. The ancient sequoias, some older than civilization itself, stood sentinel as I made my way through the familiar paths. It was mid-morning when I first spotted the group, 6 of them, decked out in expensive outdoor gear, carrying an assortment of cameras and what looked suspiciously like scientific equipment. Nothing unusual there. We often had researchers and serious bird watchers in the park. But as I observed them from a distance, little details began to nag at me. Their bird watching seemed haphazard at best. They'd stop randomly, huddle together in intense, whispered discussion, then move on with a sense of purpose that had absolutely nothing to do with following avian calls. And the way they scanned the tree line, it was almost as if they were looking for something specific, something that definitely wasn't a rare feathered specimen. Curiosity piqued, I decided to approach them. As I drew closer, their conversation became audible, and what I heard made me pause mid-step. "It has to be here somewhere," a tall man with wild, graying hair was saying. The ancient texts were clear. The nexus point is within this forest, but we've been searching for days. A younger woman replied, frustration evident in her voice. What if the texts were wrong? What if she cut herself off abruptly as they noticed my approach? In an instant, their demeanor changed. Forced smiles appeared, and the tall man stepped forward, hand outstretched. Ah, Ranger. Lovely morning, isn't it? We were just discussing the fascinating migratory patterns of the stellars J. Have you seen any around lately? The lie was smooth, practiced. I played along, making small talk about local wildlife while my mind raced. What were they really looking for? What ancient texts had led them here? As we chatted, I noticed other oddities. Their backpacks seemed unusually heavy for a day trip, and I caught glimpses of strange symbols etched onto their equipment. One woman kept fingering a pendant around her neck, a design I'd never seen before, all sharp angles and unsettling swirls that hurt my eyes if I looked at it too long. I left them with a polite warning about staying on designated trails and protecting the delicate ecosystem, but as I walked away, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. Over the next few days, I kept a close eye on the group. They would venture out at dawn, returning exhausted at dusk, only to pore over maps and ancient-looking books late into the night. I overheard fragments of conversations that made no sense, talk of ley lines, cosmic convergences, and something they chillingly referred to as the awakening. Other rangers noticed nothing amiss, laughing off my concerns, just some new age types communing with nature, they'd say. But I couldn't shake the visceral feeling that these people posed a threat, not just to the park, but to something far, far bigger. On the fourth night, unable to ignore the mounting dread, I decided to follow them. I told myself it was simply to ensure they weren't damaging protected areas, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. I needed to know what they were really up to. I trailed them silently through the darkness, grateful for my years of experience navigating these treacherous woods. They moved with purpose now, no longer bothering with the flimsy pretense of bird watching. After an hour of hiking, they reached a small, secluded clearing I'd never seen before. What happened next would haunt my dreams for years to come. The group formed a tight circle in the center of the clearing. The tall man, clearly their leader, began to chant in a language I'd never heard before, guttural and resonant. The others joined in, their voices rising in an eerie, unsettling harmony that seemed to make the very air vibrate. Suddenly, the ground at the center of their circle began to glow, a pale, sickly light seeped up from the earth, forming pulsing tendrils that wrapped around the chanters' legs. They showed no fear. If anything, their voices grew more fervent, more consumed. I wanted to run, to radio for backup, to do anything but stand there watching, paralyzed. But I was rooted to the spot, my body refusing to obey my panicked mind. The chanting reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of unearthly sound, and the light erupted into a blinding pillar that shot violently into the night sky. For a terrifying moment, I could have sworn I saw something within that incandescent light, grotesque shapes that defied the very laws of physics, eyes that belonged to no earthly creature. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The light vanished, plunging the clearing into an oppressive, absolute darkness. The silence that followed was deafening, a vacuum where the bizarre spectacle had been. As my eyes slowly readjusted to the gloom, I saw the group sprawled motionless on the ground, apparently unconscious. I should have gone to check on them, to call for medical help. Instead, I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every desperate stride. I didn't stop until I reached my isolated cabin, where I collapsed, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the impossible, terrifying spectacle I'd witnessed. The next morning, I half convinced myself it had all been a vivid nightmare. But when I forced myself to check the clearing, I found irrefutable evidence I couldn't ignore. The grass in a perfect circle was withered and black, as if seared by some intense, unnatural heat. And at the precise center, half buried in the scorched earth, was a small object that made my blood run cold, a crudely carved figurine of some creature that could not possibly exist in our world. I knew I had to report what I'd seen, but who would believe me? How could I explain the inexplicable without sounding utterly insane, as if I'd lost my mind to the wilderness? As I stood there, wrestling with my impossible decision, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around to find the group's leader standing at the very edge of the clearing, watching me with eyes that suddenly seemed too old, too knowing for any human face. "You saw, didn't you, Ranger?" he said, his voice carrying an unnerving undertone I couldn't quite place. "You witnessed the beginning." "The beginning of what?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry as dust. His smile was both beatific and terrifying, utterly devoid of human warmth. "The awakening, of course. This world has slumbered for too long, ignorant of the greater realities that surround it. We are simply opening its eyes." I wanted to argue, to scream that he was insane, but the searing memory of that otherworldly light, of the grotesque shapes I'd glimpsed within it, stopped the words dead in my throat. "You have a choice to make, Ranger," he continued, taking a slow, deliberate step closer. "You can try to stop us, futile as that would be, or you can join us. Help us usher in a new age of enlightenment." In that chilling moment, I realized the true, terrifying horror of the situation. It wasn't just about protecting the park anymore. These people, this awakening they spoke of, it threatened everything. The world as we knew it was in profound, existential danger, and I, a humble park ranger, was possibly the only one who truly knew. "I'll give you time to consider," the man said, turning to leave, melting back into the shadows of the forest. But not too much time. Events have been set in motion that cannot be undone. The choice is yours: evolve with us, or be left behind in a world that will soon cease to exist as you know it. As he disappeared, I stood there, the crushing weight of his words pressing down on me. I was just a park ranger, used to dealing with lost hikers and the occasional problem bear. How could I possibly hope to stop whatever cosmic madness these people had unleashed? But as I looked around at the ancient, silent forest, at the majestic mountains that had stood watch for millennia, a fierce resolve hardened within me. I knew I had to try. This land, this world, was under my protection, and I would defend it, no matter the insurmountable cost. I pulled out my radio, hesitating for just a moment before making the call that would irrevocably change everything. "Base, this is Ranger Carter. We have a situation. I need to speak with the park superintendent, and possibly federal authorities. It's about a threat to national security." As I waited for a response, my eyes were drawn back to the scorched circle. For a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw that sickly blue light flickering just beneath the surface of the earth, pulsing faintly like a grotesque heartbeat. The forest suddenly felt alien, hostile, The awakening had truly begun, and I was the only one who knew, the only one who could possibly stand against it. God help us all. Story 3. The first time I heard the voice crackling through the static, I thought I was losing my mind. It was 2:17 a.m., and I was alone in the radio station, queuing up another late-night track, when suddenly the music cut out. In its place, a raspy whisper filled the airwaves. The bodies are buried beneath the old Blackwood place. I froze, my hand hovering over the control panel, as the voice continued, "You're the only one who can uncover the truth, Sarah. Don't let them silence you." My name is Sarah Evans, and I'm the night DJ at WBRK, a small-town radio station in the heart of Fairhaven, population 5,342. Or at least, that's what I thought I was. Little did I know that one cryptic message would plunge me into a world of long-buried secrets, turning my quiet life into a nightmare of conspiracy and danger. At first, I convinced myself it was just a prank. Some bored teenagers had probably hijacked our frequency for a laugh. But as the nights wore on, the messages kept coming, each one more detailed and disturbing than the last. They spoke of corrupt officials, of deals made in the shadows, of innocents who had disappeared over the years. I tried to ignore them, to focus on my job of playing music and reading weather reports. But the voice was persistent, and worse, it knew things about me, personal things I'd never shared on air. It called me by name, mentioned my childhood dog, even described the birthmark on my left shoulder. After a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I confided in my boss, station manager David Grayson. I expected him to be concerned, to call in tech support or maybe even the police. Instead, his face went pale, and he laughed it off with a forced casualness that set alarm bells ringing in my head. "Probably just some interference from a CB radio," he said, not meeting my eyes. "I'll have someone look into it. In the meantime, maybe you should take a few days off. You look tired, Sarah." I didn't take the days off. Instead, I started digging. The voice had mentioned the Blackwood place, an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town that had been abandoned for decades. On my next day off, I drove out there, telling myself I was crazy for following the lead of some disembodied voice. The Blackwood place was exactly as I remembered it from childhood dares and ghost stories, a dilapidated two-story farmhouse, its paint peeling and windows boarded up. As I stood there, staring at the overgrown yard, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn wind. I was about to leave when I noticed something odd, fresh tire tracks leading around to the back of the house. Someone had been here recently, and they hadn't used the old driveway. Heart pounding, I followed the tracks. They led to a patch of ground behind the barn that looked recently disturbed. Without really thinking about what I was doing, I started to dig with my bare hands. I had barely broken the surface when a voice behind me made me jump out of my skin. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Evans." I whirled around to find Sheriff Thompson standing there, his hand resting casually on his holstered gun. I had known Earl Thompson my whole life. He'd been sheriff since before I was born. But in that moment, looking into his cold eyes, I felt like I was seeing him for the first time. Looking for my dog," I stammered, knowing how ridiculous it sounded even as the words left my mouth. "I thought I saw him run back here." The sheriff's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Funny, I didn't know you had a dog. Why don't you come on down to the station with me?" We need to have a little chat about trespassing and other things." I knew in that moment that if I got into his car, I might never be seen again. So I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through the overgrown fields, branches whipping my face. I could hear the sheriff shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. Somehow, I made it to my car and peeled out of there, gravel spraying behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw the sheriff emerge from the fields, talking urgently into his radio. I drove aimlessly for hours, my mind reeling. What had I stumbled into? What was buried on that farm? And who was trying to tell me about it? When I finally felt safe enough to stop, I pulled into a rest area and tried to think. I couldn't go home. That would be the first place they'd look. I couldn't go to the police. And if the sheriff was involved, who knew how deep this went? As if an answer to my silent questions, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Booth 3 at Denny's. 1 hour. Come alone if you want answers. Every instinct told me not to go, that this was how people ended up dead in ditches. But I was in too deep now. I needed to know the truth. An hour later, I sat in a vinyl booth at Denny's, my hands wrapped around a lukewarm cup of coffee, trying not to look as terrified as I felt. The door chimed, and an old man shuffled in. He looked like any other retiree you'd see in a small town, but when his eyes met mine, I knew he was the one I was waiting for. He slid into the booth across from me without a word, his roomy eyes darting around the nearly empty restaurant. "You're the voice on the radio," I said. It wasn't a question. He nodded, a sad smile creasing his weathered face. "Name's Frank. I used to work for the station back in the 70s, before everything changed." Over the next hour, Frank unraveled a tale so outlandish I would have laughed if I hadn't seen the deadly seriousness in his eyes. He spoke of a town built on secrets, of a cabal of powerful men who had been running things from the shadows for decades. The radio station, he said, was at the heart of it all. "WBRK isn't just a radio station," Frank explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's a cover. The real signal, the one that matters, is broadcast on a frequency nobody's supposed to know about. They use it to communicate, to coordinate their activities." "What activities?" I asked, dreading the answer. Frank's eyes grew distant. "Bad things, Sarah. Things that would make your skin crawl. People who asked too many questions, who threatened to expose the truth they had a way of disappearing. And the Blackwood place? That's where they ended up." I felt sick. "But why tell me? Why now?" "Because you're different," Frank said, reaching across the table to grasp my hand. "You've got the gift. You can hear the real signal, the one they think is secure. That's why I've been reaching out to you. You're our only hope of exposing them, of ending this once and for all." Before I could ask any more questions, Frank stiffened, his eyes focused on something over my shoulder, and his face drained of color. "They're here," he hissed. "Run. Don't trust anyone, and whatever you do, don't stop broadcasting." With surprising agility for a man his age, Frank slid out of the booth and hurried towards the back of the restaurant. I turned to see what had spooked him and saw David Grayson, my boss, entering the Denny's with two men I didn't recognize. Their eyes locked onto me, and I knew with chilling certainty that they weren't here for the Grand Slam breakfast. I slipped out the side door, my mind racing. Frank's words echoed in my head, "Don't stop broadcasting. But how? They would be watching the station. Then it hit me, the old pirate radio set up in my garage, a relic from my rebellious teenage years. As I drove home, taking a circuitous route to shake any tails, I formulated a plan. I would use the pirate radio to broadcast everything I knew, to blow this whole conspiracy wide open. It was probably suicide, but I couldn't stay silent. Not anymore. I spent the next 48 hours in a fever of activity, gathering evidence, recording my story, and preparing for the broadcast that would change everything. I slept in short bursts, jumping at every sound, half expecting to see shadowy figures breaking down my door. Finally, as the sun set on the second day, I was ready. With shaking hands, I powered up the old transmitter. Static filled the air, and then my voice crackled through the speakers. This is Sarah Evans, and I'm here to tell you the truth about Fairhaven. Everything you thought you knew is a lie. I spoke for hours, laying out every detail Frank had told me, every scrap of evidence I'd uncovered. I named names, exposed decades of corruption and violence. As I talked, I could almost feel the town waking up, the truth spreading like wildfire. I was so focused on my broadcast that I almost missed the sound of approaching sirens. They were coming for me, the men behind the conspiracy, their facades of respectability stripped away by my words. But it was too late for them to stop it. The truth was out there now, spreading across the airwaves, impossible to contain. As I heard the screech of tires in my driveway, I allowed myself a small, grim smile. Whatever happened next, Fairhaven would never be the same. The dark secrets hidden beneath its quaint, small-town exterior had been dragged into the light, and me? I was just the messenger, the unlikely hero who had given voice to the whispers and the static. The door burst open, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, but I kept talking, my voice steady now. Because in that moment, I wasn't just Sarah Evans, small-town DJ. I was the voice of truth, the breaker of silence. And no matter what they did to me, that voice would never be silenced again. Story 4. The first call came at exactly 2:17 a.m. I remember because I just glanced at the clock, wondering if I should give up on sleep altogether. The shrill ring pierced the profound silence of the cabin, making me jump, a sudden, jarring intrusion. Who could possibly be calling at this ungodly hour? As I reached for the old rotary phone, a chill snaked down my spine, tightening its icy grip. I didn't recognize the number, a series of anonymous digits, but something deep within me, an instinctive tremor, whispered that this was no wrong number, no drunken, misdealing friend. When I finally answered, my voice a tentative whisper in the darkness, the voice on the other end confirmed my worst, most primal fears. "I can see you," it whispered, low and menacing, its tone a silken threat. "And I'm coming for you." My name is Alex Thorne, and what was supposed to be a relaxing, solitary week in a remote cabin, an escape from the relentless hum of city life, had twisted, imperceptibly at first, into a nightmare that still claws at the edges of my sanity to this very day. I'd rented the place, a rustic hideaway nestled deep within the whispering pines, on a whim, needing to escape the suffocating chaos of urban existence and finally wrestle the elusive ending of the novel I'd been agonizing over for years. It seemed perfect, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, just me and the vast, unblemished expanse of the great outdoors. The rental agent, a woman with unnervingly bright eyes and a perpetually tight smile, had given me a strange, lingering look when I told her I intended to stay there alone. But I'd merely brushed it off, attributing it to the quaint eccentricities of small-town folk. After all, I was a city kid. What did I truly know about the peculiar quirks of rural existence? The first couple of days were blissful, a serene, idyllic dream. I'd wake with the dawn, to the cheerful, unburdened symphony of birds chirping just outside my window, spend my mornings meticulously writing on the porch, the words flowing with an unprecedented ease, and my afternoons lost in the quiet grandeur of the nearby hiking trails, charting paths through ancient, whispering forests. By night, I'd curl up contentedly by the crackling fireplace with a good, dog-eared book, relishing the profound, almost aching silence that was so frustratingly elusive back home. But on the third night, the subtle shift began. Things changed. I'd gone to bed early, an uncharacteristic decision, hoping to get an early start on my writing the next day. I tossed and turned for hours, a restless, insomniac torment, utterly unable to shake the pervasive feeling that something was deeply, profoundly off, a discordant note in the otherwise peaceful symphony of the night. That's when the phone rang, its shrill cry echoing in the silence. After that first chilling, disembodied call, I tried, desperately, to convince myself it was just a prank, a cruel, elaborate joke. The cabin, I reasoned, had a landline for genuine emergencies, but surely no one, absolutely no one, knew I was even here. I unplugged the phone with a decisive yank, severing the connection, and tried, futilely, to force myself back to sleep. But every subtle creak and groan of the old wooden structure, every whisper of leaves outside the window, every phantom rustle, served only to set my already frayed nerves on edge. Morning finally came, bringing with it a fragile semblance of normalcy, a welcome reprieve. In the reassuring light of day, my night terrors seemed foolish, an overactive imagination working overtime. I plugged the phone back in, chiding myself for being so jumpy, for succumbing to such silly, childish fears. I was halfway through my morning coffee, the comforting aroma filling the cabin, when it rang again, a sudden, jarring intrusion. This time, the voice was different, a woman's voice, her tone urgent and laced with undisguised terror. "You need to leave," she gasped. The words rushed, breathless. "It's not safe there. They're coming." Before I could even begin to articulate a question, to ask who they were, or why they were coming, the line went dead with an abrupt click. My hand shook violently as I slowly, carefully, put down the receiver. This was no prank. Something was very, very wrong. A cold, primal fear, unlike anything I had ever known, began to bloom in my chest, rapidly spreading its icy tendrils through my limbs. I started frantically packing my things, my mind racing, a dizzying whirl of desperate questions. Who was calling me? Who, exactly, was coming for me, and for what incomprehensible reason? I was shoving clothes haphazardly into my duffel bag when I heard it, a car engine, a low, persistent growl, growing steadily louder as it approached the cabin, drawing ever closer. Relief, a fleeting, desperate hope, flooded through me. Maybe, just maybe, it was the rental agent, coming to check on me. Or even, a more desperate hope, the local police, finally responding to the strange, unsettling calls. But as I dared a cautious glance out the window, my blood ran instantly cold. It wasn't a car at all. It was an old pickup truck, its paint faded and peeling, its edges eaten away by rust, a ghost of a vehicle. 3 men emerged from the battered cab, each carrying what looked chillingly like hunting rifles. They didn't look like any police I'd ever seen, their movements too fluid, too predatory, too practiced. I ducked down instantly, pressing myself against the floorboards, praying with a desperate intensity that they hadn't seen me through the narrow crack in the curtains. Through that sliver of space, I watched, paralyzed, as they spread out, circling the cabin with a practiced, terrifying efficiency. They moved silently, communicating with subtle, almost imperceptible hand signals I couldn't possibly understand. My mind raced frantically, a desperate, frantic search for an escape route from this waking nightmare. The back door. If I could just make it to the woods, maybe, just maybe, I could lose them in the dense, forgiving foliage. I grabbed my bag, clutching it like a lifeline, and crept towards the kitchen, wincing at every protesting creak of the floorboards, each sound echoing like a gunshot in the terrifying silence. I had just reached for the door handle when a voice, low and gruff, called out from directly outside. "We know you're in there, city boy. Come on out and make this easy on yourself." Panic, a raw, burning wave, surged through me. How did they know who I was? What did they want? I remained frozen, paralyzed by indecision, unsure what terrifying choice to make. Last chance. The voice called again, sharper, more insistent. "Come out or we're coming in." In that agonizing, desperate moment, I made a decision that would irrevocably change everything. I yanked the door open with a violent shove and ran. The forest became a blur of indistinguishable greens and browns as I crashed headlong through the dense underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots clawing at my ankles. Behind me, I could hear shouts, guttural and angry, and the chilling sound of pursuit, rapidly gaining ground. A gunshot rang out, deafening in the stillness, the bullet splintering bark mere inches from my head. This wasn't a game, no simple misunderstanding. These men, these hunters, wanted me dead. I ran until my lungs burned, raw and agonizing, and my legs felt like leaden jelly, each step a monumental effort. The dense forest, which had seemed so peaceful and welcoming just yesterday, had transformed into a nightmarish labyrinth of potential hiding spots and deadly, unseen obstacles. Every twisted root threatened to trip me, every snapping branch to betray my position. As I paused, gasping, behind a large, ancient tree, trying desperately to catch my breath and regain my bearings, I heard something that made my blood run even colder: dogs. They had dogs. The baying, a deep, resonant, terrifying sound, grew steadily louder, closer, and I knew, with a gut-wrenching certainty, that I couldn't possibly outrun them forever. That's when I saw it, a small, almost imperceptible cave entrance, half hidden by a deceptive curtain of fallen leaves and gnarled branches. Without a moment's hesitation, without even a thought, I dove inside, scrambling frantically into the welcoming darkness. It was a tight fit, suffocatingly so, and the darkness within was absolute, a profound, crushing void, but at least, blessed relief, it was a hiding spot. I don't know how long I lay there, curled in the fetal position, barely daring to breathe, my heart thrumming against my ribs like a trapped bird. I could hear the men and their relentless dogs moving around outside, their voices drifting in and out of earshot, indistinct but chilling. At one point, they came so terrifyingly close, their footsteps crunching just outside my meager sanctuary, that I was absolutely sure they'd find me, their flashlights probing the darkness. But gradually, mercifully, the sounds faded, receding into the distance, and an eerie, fragile silence once again fell over the forest. A new, insidious fear began to grip me. What if they were just waiting me out? I couldn't stay in this cold, damp cave forever. I needed help. But who could I possibly trust? The strange, fragmented calls came back to me, echoing in my mind. Someone had tried to warn me. But who? Gathering every ounce of courage I possessed, I carefully, cautiously, peeked out of the cave entrance. The forest seemed empty, bathed in the growing twilight, but I knew, with a chilling certainty, that appearances could be deceiving. I started making my way slowly back towards the road, moving as quietly, as stealthily, as I possibly could, every sense on high alert, every rustle, every snap, a potential threat. It was nearly completely dark by the time I finally reached the highway, a faint, distant hum of traffic in the air. I stuck rigidly to the tree line, not daring to expose myself on the open, unforgiving road. That's when I saw the lights of an approaching car, a distant, glowing promise. It was now or never. I stepped out onto the shoulder, waving my arms frantically, a desperate, last-ditch plea for help. The car slowed, its headlights illuminating me in a harsh, sudden glare, and I saw it was an old station wagon, driven by an elderly woman. She rolled down her window, her face etched with genuine concern, her eyes kind. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked, her voice soft but firm. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to explain, to pour out the terrifying, impossible tale of the last few hours, but where could I even begin? How could I possibly make her understand the raw, visceral terror, the unadulterated madness? Before I could speak, before I could even formulate a single coherent sentence, I saw another set of headlights rapidly approaching from the direction of the cabin, the pickup truck. They had found me. "Please," I begged the woman, my voice raw with desperation. "I need help. Those men are trying to kill me." To her credit, to my profound relief, she didn't hesitate for a single second. "Get in," she said, her arm reaching over to unlock the passenger door with a quick flick. I scrambled into the car, tumbling in just as the truck roared past, its tires screeching, and started to turn around, its headlights like malevolent eyes. "Hold on," the woman said, her foot pressing the accelerator to the floor with surprising force. The old station wagon, a rusty, unassuming hulk, surged forward with more power than I would have ever thought possible, a surprising burst of speed. As we sped down the highway, leaving the nightmare behind, the woman, her face grimly determined, introduced herself as Margaret. "I've been trying to warn people about those men for years," she said, her voice low, almost weary. "They prey on outsiders, people who won't be missed. But no one ever believes me. You." She paused, her eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. "You were the one who called me." I realized, with a jolt, that it was true. She nodded grimly. "I try to keep an eye on who rents that cabin. When I saw a young man from the city had taken it for a week, I knew you'd be a target. I'm just glad I got to you in time." We drove through the night, Margaret explaining more as we went, her voice a steady, comforting presence in the car. The men, she revealed, were part of a twisted, ancient cult that had operated in these secluded woods for generations. They believed that by ritually sacrificing outsiders, by spilling innocent blood, they could maintain their malevolent power over the area, a dark, symbiotic relationship with the land itself. The local authorities, she explained, were either complicit, bought and paid for, or simply too terrified to intervene, turning a blind eye to the horrors festering in their midst. As dawn broke, painting the sky in a bruised, pale light, we reached the state line. Margaret insisted on driving me all the way back to the city, not trusting, not for a second, that I'd be truly safe until I was far, far from those cursed woods. When we finally pulled up outside my apartment building, the city lights a welcome, mundane sight, I turned to thank her, the words already forming on my lips. But to my utter astonishment, the seat beside me was empty. Margaret. The old station wagon. All of it was gone. I was sitting on the curb, my duffel bag next to me, as if I'd simply been dropped off by a taxi, a perfectly normal, unremarkable occurrence. Had any of it been real? Had I truly imagined the whole terrifying ordeal, a stress-induced hallucination, a waking nightmare conjured by fear and exhaustion? But as I slowly, painfully, stood up, my muscles aching from the desperate, frantic chase through the woods, I felt something small and hard in my pocket. It was a smooth, cool stone, strangely warm to the touch, with a single, intricate symbol carved into its surface. For protection, Margaret's voice, a faint, ethereal whisper, seemed to echo in my mind. I've never gone back to those woods. And I've warned everyone I know to stay far, far away from the cabin. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear the distant, mournful baying of dogs. And every now and then, my phone will ring at exactly 2:17 a.m. When I answer, there's nothing but static on the line, a low, persistent hum. But I know it's Margaret, watching out for me, a silent, unseen guardian, making sure I'm safe. Because the truth is, there are dark things in this world, hidden just out of sight, lurking in the shadows. And sometimes, a random, seemingly innocuous choice, like renting a cabin in the woods, can plunge you headfirst into a nightmare you never even knew existed. So be careful out there. And if a kind, old woman ever warns you, with a profound urgency, to leave a place immediately, take my advice. Listen to her. Your life may very well depend on it. Story 5. The moment I stepped into that farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The family's smiles were too wide, their hospitality too eager. But by the time I realized the true horror of my situation, it was already too late to run. It all started with a blown tire on a lonely stretch of country road. I was on my way to a business conference, taking the scenic route to clear my head before 2 days of presentations and networking. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, when I heard the telltale flap 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 of a flat. I pulled over, cursing my luck. My phone showed no signal, of course, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I hadn't seen another car for miles. As I stood there, wondering what to do, I saw a light in the distance, a farmhouse set back from the road. Relief washed over me. Surely they'd have a phone I could use or at least point me in the direction of the nearest town. I started walking, the gravel crunching under my feet, the cooling air raising goosebumps on my arms. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, paint peeling in places, but well maintained. Flowered boxes hung from the windows, bursting with colorful blooms. It looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. I knocked on the door, rehearsing my plea for help in my head. After a moment, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a kind face and flower-dusted hands. "Well, hello there," she said, her voice warm and welcoming. "What brings you out this way?" I explained my situation, and her face lit up with sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing. Come in, come in. We can't have you standing out in the cold." Before I knew it, I was ushered into a cozy kitchen that smelled of freshly baked bread and cinnamon. The woman, Martha, she introduced herself, sat me down at the table and bustled about, fixing me a cup of tea. "Frank," she called out, "we have a visitor." A tall, broad-shouldered man appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. His smile matched Martha's in its warmth. "Well, ain't that something? Welcome, stranger. What seems to be the trouble?" I explained again about my car, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Frank nodded sagely. "That's a real shame, but don't you worry, we'll get you sorted out. Can't do much tonight, but first thing in the morning, I'll drive you into town. The boys at the garage there will fix you right up." "Oh, but you must stay for dinner," Martha chimed in. "I've made more than enough, and it's nearly ready." I tried to demur, not wanting to impose, but they were insistent, and if I'm being honest, the thought of the home-cooked meal was far more appealing than the protein bars I had stashed in my car. As Martha set the table, more family members appeared, 2 teenage boys, lanky and shy. A girl around 10 with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile. And an older man, Frank's father I assumed, who walked with a cane and had eyes that seemed to look right through me. We sat down to eat, and I have to admit, the food was delicious. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans fresh from the garden, Martha's homemade rolls were heavenly. The conversation flowed easily, the family asking me about my life, my work, my family back home. But as the meal went on, I started to notice oddities. The way they all seemed to pause before answering questions, as if waiting for a cue. How their eyes would sometimes flick to the old man at the head of the table, seeking approval. And their smiles, those wide, eager smiles that never quite reached their eyes. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just tired and stressed from my car trouble. These were kind people who had opened their home to a stranger. I was being paranoid. After dinner, Frank showed me to the guest room. "You get some rest now," he said, that same fixed smile on his face. "We'll head into town first thing in the morning." I thanked him and settled in for the night. The room was quaint, with floral wallpaper and a patchwork quilt on the bed. But as I lay there, trying to sleep, that feeling of wrongness crept back in. The house was too quiet. No creaks of settling wood, no distant sounds of traffic, just utter, complete silence. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew I was waking up to a sound, a soft shuffling outside my door. I glanced at the clock, 3:17 a.m. The shuffling stopped right outside my room. I held my breath, straining to hear. Was it just one of the family members getting a glass of water? But no one moved away. They just stood there, silent, for what felt like hours. Finally, I heard retreating footsteps. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was imagining things. But sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. Morning came, gray and overcast. I made my way downstairs, expecting to find the family bustling about. Instead, the house was empty. A note on the kitchen table caught my eye, "Gone to tend the fields. Help yourself to breakfast. Frank." Something about the handwriting struck me as odd. It was too perfect, too uniform, like it had been printed rather than written. I was pouring myself a cup of coffee when I saw it, a flash of movement outside the window. I looked up, and my blood ran cold. The old man was standing in the yard, staring directly at me. But it wasn't his presence that terrified me. It was his eyes. In the harsh morning light, I could see that they were completely black. No whites, no iris, just endless, fathomless darkness. I stumbled back, my mug slipping from my fingers and shattering on the floor. When I looked again, he was gone. Heart pounding, I knew I had to get out of there. I ran for the front door, only to find it locked. Not just locked, sealed. As if it had never been meant to open at all. Panic rising, I tried the windows, all of them sealed shut. I was trapped. I ran from room to room, searching for a way out, for some explanation. That's when I started noticing other things. Photos on the walls that looked wrong, the same smiling faces, but with subtle differences, a scar that appeared and disappeared, eyes that changed color. In what I assumed was the boys' room, I found stacks of newspapers, but every date was wrong, some from 50 years in the future, others from a century ago. The girls' room was filled with dolls, hundreds of them, all with the same blank stare and too wide smile I'd seen on the family's faces. In the basement, I found something that made my blood run cold, a wall covered in photos, missing person posters, hundreds of them, going back decades. And in the center, a map with red pins stuck all over it. One of those pins, I realized with growing horror, marked the exact spot where my car had broken down. This wasn't a chance encounter. They had been waiting for me, luring people in for God knows what purpose. As that realization hit me, I heard the front door open. Footsteps moving through the house, that same shuffling sound I'd heard in the night. "Oh, visitor." Martha's voice called out, sickly sweet. "Where are you? It's time for your next meal." I pressed myself into a corner of the basement, desperately looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But I knew deep down that it was too late. I was part of their collection now, another face to add to their wall of the missing. The basement door creaked open, footsteps on the stairs, and as the family appeared, their faces now twisted into grotesque parodies of human smiles, I realized the true horror of my situation. This wasn't just about being trapped in a house with some backwoods killers. This was something older, something darker, something that wore the skin of a normal family like an ill-fitting suit, luring in unsuspecting travelers for purposes I couldn't even begin to fathom. As they closed in around me, their eyes now all showing that same endless blackness, I had one last coherent thought: I should have just waited with my car. Story 6. The first time I heard the strange noises coming from Unit 2117, I dismissed it as the usual creaks and groans of an old storage facility. But when I saw the pale, emaciated hand reaching out from under the door, I realized I had stumbled upon something far more terrifying than forgotten junk. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Secure Store Self-Storage for about 6 months now. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of quiet time to work on my novel. At least that's what I told myself when I took the job. Secure Store is one of those massive, warehouse-style buildings on the outskirts of town, row after row of identical metal doors stretching as far as the eye can see. During the day, it's a hive of activity, people coming and going, loading and unloading their life's possessions. But at night, it's a different world entirely. My shift starts at 10 p.m., just as the last of the day's customers are leaving. I do my rounds, check the security cameras, and then settle in for a long night of writing and occasional patrols. Most nights the only sounds are the hum of fluorescent lights and the tap 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 of my laptop keys. But about a month ago, things started to change. It was around 2 a.m. when I first heard it, a soft, rhythmic thumping coming from somewhere deep in the facility. At first, I thought it might be a faulty air conditioning unit or maybe a customer had left something precariously balanced. But as I followed the sound, I realized it was coming from a specific unit, 217. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door, listening intently. The thumping had stopped, replaced by what sounded like scratching, as if something inside was trying to claw its way out. A chill ran down my spine. I knew I should open the unit and check it out. It was part of my job, after all. But something held me back, an instinct, maybe, or just plain old fear. I convinced myself it was probably just a rat that had somehow gotten trapped inside. I made a mental note to call pest control in the morning and went back to my desk, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. But the sounds continued, night after night. Sometimes it was that rhythmic thumping, other times scratching, and once I swear I heard what sounded like muffled sobbing. I started avoiding that section of the facility during my rounds. I told myself it was because I didn't want to disturb whatever animal had made its home in there, but deep down I knew the truth. I was scared. About a week after the noises started, I noticed something else. The keypad for Unit 217 was blinking red. That usually meant someone had tried to access it with the wrong code too many times. But when I checked the logs, there were no failed attempts recorded. It was as if the unit itself was trying to tell me something was wrong. I should have reported it then, should have called my manager or the police or someone, but I didn't. Because by that point, I was too curious, too invested in solving this mystery on my own. So I started digging. I looked up the records for Unit 217, expecting to find it registered to some local business or maybe a family that had moved away. What I found instead made my blood run cold. The unit had been rented 6 months ago by a man named John Doe, an obvious fake name. The phone number provided was disconnected, the address a vacant lot on the other side of town. Whoever had rented this unit had gone to great lengths to remain anonymous. And that's when I started to really worry about what might be inside. My imagination ran wild. Was it stolen goods? Drugs? Or something even worse? Each possibility seemed more horrifying than the last. I knew I should leave it alone, call the cops and let them deal with it, but something kept pulling me back to that unit, a morbid fascination, maybe, or maybe just the writer in me, hungry for a good story. It all came to a head last night. I was doing my final rounds before the end of my shift when I heard it, a voice, weak and muffled, coming from Unit 217. Help. Please help me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This was no animal. This was a person. Someone was trapped inside that unit. I ran to the office, fumbling with the master key with shaking hands. As I raced back to the unit, 1,000 scenarios played out in my mind. Had someone been kidnapped? Locked in there as some sick joke? Or was this all an elaborate trap? As I reached the unit, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A pale, skeletal hand was reaching out from under the door, fingers grabbing weakly at the concrete floor. I hesitated for just a moment, fear and duty warring within me. Then I took a deep breath and slid the key into the lock. The door creaked open, and the smell hit me like a physical force. The stench of decay, of unwashed bodies, of human waste. I gagged, fighting the urge to vomit. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw them, people. At least a dozen, maybe more. Emaciated, pale as ghosts, their eyes wide and unblinking in the sudden light. They were chained to the walls, to each other, a tangle of human misery. I stumbled backward, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of nightmare. But the hand that grabbed my ankle was all too real. I looked down to see one of the captives, a young woman with matted hair and hollow cheeks, staring up at me with desperate eyes. "Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse from disuse. "Help us." I don't really remember what happened next. I know I called 911, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I'd found. I know the police arrived, then ambulances, the night exploding into a chaos of flashing lights and shouted orders. I sat on the curb, wrapped in a shock blanket, watching as the victims were brought out one by one. Some could walk, leaning heavily on the paramedics. Others had to be carried, their bodies too weak from months of captivity. The detectives questioned me for hours. How long had I known? Why didn't I report the noises earlier? I told them everything, feeling a mixture of guilt and relief with each word. It's been 3 days since that night. The story is all over the news now, storage unit horror, they're calling it. Apparently, it was a human trafficking ring. The unit was a temporary holding area before the victims were to be moved out of the country. They caught the guy who rented the unit. John Doe turned out to be a local businessman, someone you'd pass on the street without a second glance. The kind of monster that hides in plain sight. I've been hailed as a hero in some of the reports, the night watchman who uncovered the horrific crime. But I don't feel like a hero. All I can think about are those people trapped in darkness and despair for months while I sat just a few hundred feet away, too scared to investigate a strange noise. I quit my job at Secure Store. I couldn't bear to walk those halls again, knowing what had happened there. The novel I was working on sits unfinished on my laptop. Somehow, crafting fictional horror seems pointless now that I've seen the real thing up close. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still hear those sounds, the thumping, the scratching, the muffled cries for help. I don't think I'll ever stop hearing them. I've learned something from all this, something I think everyone needs to know. When you hear something strange, something that doesn't quite fit, don't ignore it. Don't explain it away. Because sometimes, behind those strange noises, there's real horror, and real people who need help. The storage unit door is closed now, the victims freed. But I can't help but wonder how many other units are out there, how many other dark secrets are hiding behind those anonymous metal doors. And who will be brave enough to open them? Story 7. The moment I stepped into that farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The family's smiles were too wide, their hospitality too eager. But by the time I realized the true horror of my situation, it was already too late to run. It all started with a blown tire on a lonely stretch of country road. I was on my way to a business conference, taking the scenic route to clear my head before 2 days of presentations and networking. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, when I heard the telltale flap 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 of a flat. I pulled over, cursing my luck. My phone showed no signal, of course, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I hadn't seen another car for miles. As I stood there, wondering what to do, I saw a light in the distance, a farmhouse set back from the road. Relief washed over me. Surely they'd have a phone I could use or at least point me in the direction of the nearest town. I started walking, the gravel crunching under my feet, the cooling air raising goosebumps on my arms. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, paint peeling in places, but well maintained. Flower boxes hung from the windows, bursting with colorful blooms. It looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. I knocked on the door, rehearsing my plea for help in my head. After a moment, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a kind face and flower-dusted hands. "Well, hello there," she said, her voice warm and welcoming. "What brings you out this way?" I explained my situation, and her face lit up with sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing. Come in, come in. We can't have you standing out in the cold." Before I knew it, I was ushered into a cozy kitchen that smelled of freshly baked bread and cinnamon. The woman, Martha, she introduced herself, sat me down at the table and bustled about, fixing me a cup of tea. "Frank," she called out, "we have a visitor." A tall, broad-shouldered man appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. His smile matched Martha's in its warmth. "Well, ain't that something? Welcome, stranger. What seems to be the trouble?" I explained again about my car, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Frank nodded sagely. "That's a real shame, but don't you worry, we'll get you sorted out. Can't do much tonight, but first thing in the morning, I'll drive you into town. The boys at the garage there will fix you right up." "Oh, but you must stay for dinner," Martha chimed in. "I've made more than enough, and it's nearly ready." I tried to demur, not wanting to impose, but they were insistent, and if I'm being honest, the thought of a home-cooked meal was far more appealing than the protein bars I had stashed in my car. As Martha set the table, more family members appeared, 2 teenage boys, lanky and shy. A girl around 10 with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile. And an older man, Frank's father I assumed, who walked with a cane and had eyes that seemed to look right through me. We sat down to eat, and I have to admit, the food was delicious. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans fresh from the garden, Martha's homemade rolls were heavenly. The conversation flowed easily, the family asking me about my life, my work, my family back home. But as the meal went on, I started to notice oddities. The way they all seemed to pause before answering questions, as if waiting for a cue. How their eyes would sometimes flick to the old man at the head of the table, seeking approval. And their smiles, those wide, eager smiles that never quite reached their eyes. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just tired and stressed from my car trouble. These were kind people who had opened their home to a stranger. I was being paranoid. After dinner, Frank showed me to the guest room. "You get some rest now," he said, that same fixed smile on his face. "We'll head into town first thing in the morning." I thanked him and settled in for the night. The room was quaint, with floral wallpaper and a patchwork quilt on the bed. But as I lay there, trying to sleep, that feeling of wrongness crept back in. The house was too quiet. No creaks of settling wood, no distant sounds of traffic, just utter, complete silence. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew I was waking up to a sound, a soft shuffling outside my door. I glanced at the clock, 3:17 a.m. The shuffling stopped right outside my room. I held my breath, straining to hear. Was it just one of the family members getting a glass of water? But no one moved away. They just stood there, silent, for what felt like hours. Finally, I heard retreating footsteps. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was imagining things. But sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. Morning came, gray and overcast. I made my way downstairs, expecting to find the family bustling about. Instead, the house was empty. A note on the kitchen table caught my eye, "Gone to tend the fields. Help yourself to breakfast. Frank." Something about the handwriting struck me as odd. It was too perfect, too uniform, like it had been printed rather than written. I was pouring myself a cup of coffee when I saw it, a flash of movement outside the window. I looked up, and my blood ran cold. The old man was standing in the yard, staring directly at me. But it wasn't his presence that terrified me. It was his eyes. In the harsh morning light, I could see that they were completely black. No whites, no iris, just endless, fathomless darkness. I stumbled back, my mug slipping from my fingers and shattering on the floor. When I looked again, he was gone. Heart pounding, I knew I had to get out of there. I ran for the front door, only to find it locked. Not just locked, sealed. As if it had never been meant to open at all. Panic rising, I tried the windows, all of them sealed shut. I was trapped. I ran from room to room, searching for a way out, for some explanation. That's when I started noticing other things. Photos on the walls that looked wrong, the same smiling faces, but with subtle differences, a scar that appeared and disappeared, eyes that changed color. In what I assumed was the boys' room, I found stacks of newspapers, but every date was wrong, some from 50 years in the future, others from a century ago. The girls' room was filled with dolls, hundreds of them, all with the same blank stare and too wide smile I'd seen on the family's faces. In the basement, I found something that made my blood run cold, a wall covered in photos, missing person posters, hundreds of them, going back decades. And in the center, a map with red pins stuck all over it. One of those pins, I realized with growing horror, marked the exact spot where my car had broken down. This wasn't a chance encounter. They had been waiting for me, luring people in for God knows what purpose. As that realization hit me, I heard the front door open. Footsteps moving through the house, that same shuffling sound I'd heard in the night. "Oh, visitor." Martha's voice called out, sickly sweet. "Where are you? It's time for your next meal." I pressed myself into a corner of the basement, desperately looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But I knew deep down that it was too late. I was part of their collection now, another face to add to their wall of the missing. The basement door creaked open, footsteps on the stairs, and as the family appeared, their faces now twisted into grotesque parodies of human smiles, I realized the true horror of my situation. This wasn't just about being trapped in a house with some backwoods killers. This was something older, something darker, something that wore the skin of a normal family like an ill-fitting suit, luring in unsuspecting travelers for purposes I couldn't even begin to fathom. As they closed in around me, their eyes now all showing that same endless blackness, I had one last coherent thought: I should have just waited with my car. Story 8. The moment I opened that dusty old diary hidden in the attic, I knew I had unleashed something that could never be contained again. The yellowed pages held dark secrets that should have remained buried, and now I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. My name is Sarah, and I'm a writer. I've always dreamed of owning an old country house to inspire my novels. When I saw the ad for a Victorian mansion on sale for a surprisingly low price, I didn't hesitate. I should have known better. The house was beautiful, with its dark wood panels and stained glass windows. But from day one, something felt off. The rooms were too cold, the shadows too deep, and at night I could swear I heard footsteps upstairs, even though I was alone. It was during an exploration of the dusty attic that I found the diary. It was hidden behind a loose board, as if someone had tried to conceal it in a hurry. The leather cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. I started reading, fascinated. It was the diary of a young woman named Elizabeth who had lived in the house in the late 19th century. At first, the entries were typical teenage stuff, gossip about friends, complaints about parents. But as I read on, the tone changed. Elizabeth began writing about strange visions, figures in the shadows. She spoke of an evil presence in the house, something that watched her, that whispered in her ear when she was alone. Her accounts became increasingly frantic, paranoid. The last entry chilled my blood. In shaky handwriting, Elizabeth wrote, "He's here. I can't run anymore. God have mercy on my soul." I closed the diary, my heart racing. It was just the delusion of a troubled teenager, I told myself. Nothing more. But that night, the noises started, not just footsteps now, but scratches on the walls, unintelligible whispers. Shadows moved in the corners of my eyes, disappearing when I looked directly at them. I began researching the history of the house, desperate for answers. What I discovered horrified me. Elizabeth wasn't the only one who had suffered here. Over the years, the house had been the scene of mysterious deaths, unexplained disappearances, always young women, always alone. I tried to leave, to run, but the house wouldn't let me. Doors locked themselves. Windows wouldn't break. I was trapped, just as Elizabeth had been over a century ago. Now I'm writing this in my own diary, hoping someone will find it one day and understand. The presence is getting stronger, bolder. I can feel it approaching as I write these words. If you're reading this, run. Flee this house and never look back. Because some stories shouldn't be told. Some secrets should remain buried. And some houses never let us go. Days have passed since I wrote those first frantic words. Or maybe it's been weeks. Time seems to blur here, the hours stretching endlessly in this prison of wood and stone. I've tried everything to escape. I've thrown chairs at windows, only to watch them bounce off unscathed. I've screamed for help until my voice gave out, but no one ever comes. It's as if the house exists in its own pocket of reality, cut off from the outside world. The diary has become my lifeline, my only connection to sanity in this madness. I read Elizabeth's entries over and over, looking for clues, for some way to end this, but all I find is a reflection of my own growing terror. The presence in the house grows stronger every day. It's no longer content with whispers and shadows. Now it takes form, a dark figure that stands at the foot of my bed at night, watching me with eyes that burn like embers. Sometimes, in my more lucid moments, I wonder if I'm going mad, If this is all just some vivid hallucination brought on by stress or isolation. But then I feel its cold touch on my skin, hear its raspy breath in my ear, and I know this is all too real. I've started to see flashes of the past, visions of Elizabeth, of other women who lived and died here, their terror, their despair. It all bleeds into my own, until I can't tell where their experiences end and mine begin. There are moments when the house seems almost alive. The walls pulse like a heartbeat. The floorboards creak in patterns that almost sound like words. It's trying to communicate, I think. But what is it trying to say? I've taken to carrying the diary with me everywhere I go. It's the only thing that feels real anymore, the only proof that I'm not alone in this nightmare. Elizabeth's words have become a mantra, a lifeline to cling to in my darkest moments. Last night, I woke to find myself in the attic, though I have no memory of climbing the stairs. The diary lay open in front of me, but the pages were blank. As I watched, words began to appear, written by an invisible hand. Join us, Sarah. Become part of the house. It's the only way to end the pain. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding, but the words had burned themselves into my mind. Was this the answer? The way to finally escape this torment? No. No. I can't think like that. I have to hold on to hope, onto my sense of self. If I give in, if I let the house take me, I'll be lost forever. But oh, how tempting it is to let go, to surrender to the darkness, to become one with the shadows that haunt these halls. Would it really be so bad to never feel fear or pain again? I can feel the house's influence growing stronger, its will seeping into my thoughts. It whispers promises of peace, of an end to loneliness. All I have to do is say yes. All I have to do is let go. My hand shakes as I write these words. I don't know how much longer I can resist. The house is patient, but its hunger is endless. It has waited for centuries. It can wait a little longer. To whoever finds this diary, please don't make the same mistake I did. Don't let curiosity override your common sense. Some doors should remain closed. Some secrets should stay buried. The house is calling me now. I can hear it in the creaking of the floorboards, in the whistling of the wind through cracks in the walls. It's time, it says. Time to become one with us. I don't want to go. I want to live, to see the sun again, to feel the grass under my feet. But I'm so tired. So very tired. If there's any mercy in this world, let this diary be found. Let my story be told. Let someone know what happened to Sarah Collins, the writer who bought a house and found a hell. And if you're reading this, if you've somehow found your way into this cursed place, heed my final warning: run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Don't look back. Don't hesitate. Because once the house has chosen you, it never lets go. The shadows are growing longer now, reaching for me with inky tendrils. I can feel the house's heartbeat in my own chest, its whispers drowning out my thoughts. I'm sorry. I tried to resist. I really did. But in the end, the house always wins. Always. The pen falls from my hand. The diary closes for the last time. And as the darkness engulfs me, as I feel myself becoming one with the very walls that imprisoned me, I have one last coherent thought. Some stories have no happy endings. Some houses keep their secrets forever. And now, I am one of those secrets. Story 9. The scream of tires on asphalt shattered the night's oppressive silence, and in that agonizing moment, I knew my life would never be the same. What should have been a routine drive through a sleepy, unassuming town became a desperate, brutal fight for survival, with every shifting shadow concealing potential danger and every split-second decision carrying the immeasurable weight of life or death. It was just past midnight, and I was driving through the small, almost forgotten town of Millbrook on my way home from a late, grueling shift at the county hospital 2 counties over. The streets were utterly deserted, the only light emanating from the occasional, struggling street lamp and the pale glow of my own headlights. I was bone-tired, my mind already drifting to comforting thoughts of my warm bed waiting for me at home. That's precisely when I saw it. In the harsh, unforgiving glare of my high beams, 2 men were violently struggling in a dimly lit alley beside the town's only bank. One man had the other in a vicious chokehold, and even from a distance, I could clearly discern the chilling glint of a knife. Without thinking, pure instinct taking over, I slammed on the brakes, my car screeching to a sudden, jarring halt. For a split second, everything froze, suspended in time. The 2 men turned their heads to look directly at me, and I saw the unmistakable flash of raw panic in the attacker's eyes. Then, chaos erupted. The man with the knife roughly shoved his victim to the ground and bolted, disappearing into the darkness. The other man staggered to his feet, clutching his throat and gasping desperately for air. I should have driven away. I should have called the police and let them handle it. But the ingrained nurse in me simply couldn't leave someone who might be in dire need of medical attention. I got out of my car, already reaching for my phone to dial 911. "Are you okay?" I called out, approaching cautiously. "I'm a nurse. Let me help you." The man looked up at me, and in that horrifying moment, I realized I'd made a terrible, fatal mistake. There was no fear or gratitude in his eyes, only cold, calculating anger. Before I could even react, he lunged at me, his hand closing around my wrist with bruising, inescapable force. "You shouldn't have stopped," he growled, twisting my arm painfully behind my back. I felt the cold, hard press of metal against my neck, the knife I'd seen earlier. "Now you're coming with us." The words sent an icy chill down my spine. This hadn't been a genuine attack. It had been a carefully orchestrated performance, designed to lure in some unsuspecting Good Samaritan, and I had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. The other man reappeared, emerging silently from the deep shadows of the alley. He was grinning, a predatory gleam in his eye that made my blood run cold. Well, he said, his voice low and menacing, "looks like we caught ourselves a hero." They marched me back to my car, the knife a constant, chilling threat against my skin. "You're driving," the first man ordered, shoving me roughly into the driver's seat. "And if you try anything stupid, I'll cut your throat before you can blink." As we pulled away from the curb, my mind raced frantically. Where were they taking me? What did they want? The sleepy streets of Millbrook blurred past as I drove, rigidly following their terse directions. We were heading out of town, towards the sprawling network of back roads that wound through the surrounding, dense forest. "Turn here," the man in the passenger seat barked, pointing to a narrow dirt road I'd never noticed before. The pavement gave way to loose gravel, then to bare, uneven earth as we drove deeper into the woods. The low-hanging branches of overhanging trees scraped ominously against the roof of my car, and I could feel the rough, uneven ground jolting us with every yard. Finally, we came to an abrupt stop in a small, secluded clearing. An old, dilapidated cabin stood before us, its windows dark and empty, like vacant eyes. My captors forced me out of the car and towards the decaying building, the knife now pressed uncomfortably against my lower back. As we entered the cabin, the heavy smell of damp wood and decay assaulted my nostrils. The interior was sparse, almost bare, a few rickety chairs, a table covered in scattered maps and papers, and in the corner, something that made my heart stop dead, a large metal safe, its door standing wide open to reveal stacks of crisp cash and gleaming jewelry. "Congratulations," the man who'd been driving sneered, a cruel smirk on his face. "You've just stumbled into the big bank heist this county's ever seen." The horrifying reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. These weren't just opportunistic thugs. They were organized criminals, dangerous and desperate. And I was a loose end, a witness they couldn't afford to let go. For the next few hours, I sat tied to a rickety chair, forced to listen as they argued loudly about what to do with me. One wanted to kill me outright, while the other thought I might be useful as a hostage if things went south. All the while, my mind worked frantically, desperately searching for any sliver of a chance of escape. It came in the most unexpected, almost miraculous way. A loud, earth-shaking crack of thunder shook the entire cabin, making us all jump violently. A moment later, rain began to pour down in sheets, drumming on the tin roof with a deafening, overwhelming intensity. In the ensuing confusion, I saw my opportunity. I threw myself backward, the sheer force of my fall easily breaking the old, rotting chair. Before my captors could even react, I was on my feet, my hands still bound, but free from the chair. I ran, crashing through the cabin's flimsy back door and into the storm-lashed night. The rain was a blessing and a curse. It obscured my vision, making it hard to see where I was going, but it also masked the sound of my desperate flight and washed away any trail I might have left behind. I ran blindly through the dense forest, branches whipping violently at my face, gnarled roots threatening to trip me with every desperate step. Behind me, I could hear shouting and the crash of pursuit. They were coming after me, and they knew these woods far better than I did. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down, deep inside. I was lost, alone, and in more danger than I'd ever been in my life. But I refused to give up. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that dark, wet maze of trees. Every sound made me flinch, certain that at any moment I'd feel the cold bite of that knife or the impact of a bullet. But somehow, miraculously, I kept going. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw something through the trees, lights. As I got closer, I realized it was a highway. Relief, profound and overwhelming, flooded through me, giving me a final, desperate burst of energy. I broke through the tree line and onto the shoulder of a quiet country highway, my legs finally giving out completely beneath me. I collapsed onto the rough asphalt, torn between hysterical laughter and profound tears of relief. A car appeared in the distance, its headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. I waved my still-bound hands frantically, praying it wasn't my pursuers, praying they would stop. The car screeched to a halt, and for a heart-stopping moment, I feared it might be my captors. But then, the driver's door opened, and a concerned-looking woman stepped out. "Oh my God!" she gasped, taking in my bedraggled, rain-soaked appearance and the cruel ropes around my wrists. "What happened to you?" The story poured out of me in a frantic rush as she used a small pocket knife to cut me free. By the time I'd finished, she was already on the phone with the police, relaying our precise location and the chilling details of what had happened. The next few hours passed in a disorienting blur of flashing lights and incessant questions. The police swarmed the area, and by dawn, they'd found the cabin and arrested one of my captors. The other was still at large, but with the evidence seized from the cabin, it was only a matter of time before he, too, was caught. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, I watched the sun rise slowly over Millbrook. The town was waking up, blissfully unaware of the harrowing drama that had unfolded in its quiet streets and surrounding woods. People were going about their morning routines, heading to work or school, their lives seemingly unchanged. But I knew I'd never see this place, or anywhere, the same way again. The world suddenly seemed more dangerous, full of insidious, hidden threats and unseen dangers. But it also felt more precious. I had stared death directly in the face and emerged on the other side. I had found a strength and resilience I never knew I possessed. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, people called me a hero. But I didn't feel like one. I felt like a survivor, someone who'd been thrust into an impossible situation and somehow, against all odds, made it through. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I'm more cautious now, more acutely aware of my surroundings. But I'm also more appreciative of the little things, a quiet night at home, a carefree walk in the park without constantly looking over my shoulder, the simple, profound joy of feeling safe. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the phantom sound of footsteps pursuing me through a rain-soaked forest. But then I remind myself that I'm safe, that I survived. And in those moments, I feel a fierce pride and a deep gratitude for the strength I found within myself on that terrifying night. The scream of tires that started it all still echoes in my memory, but now, it's not just a sound of danger and fear. It's a powerful reminder of the night I discovered what I was truly capable of, and the beginning of a journey that taught me the true, profound meaning of survival. Story 10. The first droplets of rain hit my face as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. In that precise moment, I had no idea that the approaching storm would be the least of my worries, or that the quaint cabin I spotted through the dense trees would become my own personal hell. I'd been hiking the Appalachian Trail for 3 days, thoroughly enjoying the profound solitude and the physical challenge. The weather forecast had confidently predicted clear skies, but anyone who has spent significant time in the mountains knows how quickly and unpredictably things can change. As the wind abruptly picked up and the sky darkened ominously, I knew with a sudden urgency that I needed to find shelter, fast. That's when I saw it, a small, unassuming cabin nestled in a clearing about 100 yards off the main trail. It looked old, rustic even, but undeniably solid, precisely the kind of refuge hikers dream about when caught unprepared in a sudden, violent storm. I made a beeline for it, reaching the porch just as the heavens dramatically opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. The door wasn't locked, which I took as a fortunate sign. Clearly, this was meant to be a welcoming shelter for weary hikers like myself. I stepped inside, shaking the copious rain from my jacket and taking in my immediate surroundings. The cabin was simple, almost Spartan, but surprisingly cozy. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a neat stack of firewood nearby. There was a small, functional kitchenette, a sturdy table with 2 chairs, and a narrow, inviting bed pushed against the far wall. It wasn't luxury, certainly, but compared to my tiny, cramped tent, it felt like a 5-star hotel. I immediately set about making myself comfortable, profoundly grateful for the unexpected reprieve from the relentless elements. I quickly got a roaring fire going, its welcome warmth chasing away the damp chill that had settled deep into my bones. As I heated up some of my trail rations, the comforting aroma filling the small space, I couldn't help but feel that I genuinely lucked out. The storm outside was intensifying, rain lashing violently against the windows and wind howling mournfully through the trees. In here, I was safe and dry. It wasn't until I was settling in for the night, curled up comfortably on the surprisingly soft bed, that I first noticed something undeniably odd. I woke up disoriented, the fire now just glowing embers, but something had subtly disturbed my sleep, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what. As I lay there in the profound darkness, straining every nerve to listen, I realized what had startled me awake, a sound. A faint scratching, barely audible over the receding storm, coming from somewhere deep within the cabin. A faint scratching, like nails on wood. I sat up, straining my ears. It seemed to be emanating from the floor near the fireplace. Probably just a mouse, I told myself, trying to quell a rising unease. Old cabins like this were bound to have some wildlife visitors. Still, I got up to investigate, flashlight clutched tightly in hand. As I approached the fireplace, the scratching abruptly stopped. I knelt down, running my hand tentatively over the floorboards, looking for any telltale signs of rodent activity. That's when I felt it, a slight give in one of the boards, as if it wasn't fully nailed down. Curiosity, a powerful and dangerous force, got the better of me. I worked my fingers into the narrow gap and lifted. The board came up easily, revealing a small, dark space beneath. And in that space was a book. It was old, its leather cover cracked and faded with age, yet somehow strangely pristine. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, I pulled it out, a diary, perhaps. Some long-lost record of the cabin's history? I opened it carefully, mindful of its fragile, ancient state. The pages were filled with meticulous handwritten entries, the ink faded but still perfectly legible. I started reading, and with each chilling word, I felt my blood run colder and colder. The diary belonged to a man named Jacob Hawthorne. He described, in horrifying, chilling detail, how he had meticulously constructed this very cabin as a trap, a place specifically designed to lure unsuspecting hikers. He wrote, with perverse relish, about the various guests he had entertained here, the unspeakable things he had done to them. The level of depravity detailed was utterly horrifying. But the most terrifying part was the date of the very last entry. It was from just 2 weeks ago. I dropped the book as if it had burned me, my mind reeling, spinning wildly out of control. This couldn't be real. It had to be some sick, elaborate joke, right? But as I looked around the cabin with new, horrified eyes, I started noticing things I had completely overlooked before. The faint scratches on the inside of the door, as if someone had desperately tried to claw their way out. The faint, reddish-brown stains on the floorboards that I had easily dismissed as mere water damage, but now looked disturbingly like something else. And the chilling realization that there was no lock on the outside of the door, but there was a heavy, industrial-strength bolt on the inside. Panic, raw and overwhelming, instantly set in. I had to get out of here. storm or no storm. I grabbed my pack, throwing it over my shoulder, and made a desperate dash for the door, only to find that it wouldn't open. The old, swollen wood had jammed it tightly in the damp frame. I pushed harder, grunting, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I heard it, clear as a bell over the howling of the wind and the pounding of rain on the roof, a new sound. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps on the porch, directly outside. I froze, my heart hammering uncontrollably in my chest. The footsteps stopped at the door. There was an agonizing pause, and then a key turned in the lock. The door swung open slowly, revealing him. There he stood, an older man, tall and lean, with a deeply weathered face and eyes that seemed to glitter with an unnatural light in the dim firelight. He was thoroughly soaked from the rain, but he was smiling. And it was not a kind smile. "Well," he drawled, his voice gravelly and low, "looks like I have a guest." I backed away, my eyes darting frantically around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, though I already knew the chilling answer. "Name's Jacob," he said, stepping inside and slowly closing the door behind him. The click of the lock resonated like a gunshot in the suddenly quiet cabin. "But I suspect you already know that, don't you? Found my little book, did you?" He moved further into the room, and I retreated until my back hit the cold, hard wall. Now, he said, his tone almost soothing, eerily calm, "no need to be afraid. We're going to have such fun together, you and I." The glint of metal caught my eye, a knife, held casually, almost negligently, in his right hand. My breath caught in my throat as the full, unspeakable horror of my situation slammed into me. I was trapped in this cabin with a madman, miles from any semblance of help, with a raging storm still thundering outside. What followed was the most terrifying night of my entire life. Jacob toyed with me, alternating between chillingly casual conversation and sudden, violent outbursts. He meticulously recounted tales about the others, these unnamed guests who had come before me, how some had lasted days, others only hours. All the while, that knife never left his hand, a constant, gleaming threat. I tried desperately to reason with him, to appeal to any shred of humanity he might have left, but looking into his eyes, I saw nothing but a dark, twisted, perverse joy. This was a game to him, and I was merely the latest piece on his macabre board. As the night wore on, I felt myself growing weaker, whether from sheer terror, bone-deep exhaustion, or something he had subtly slipped into the water he had forced me to drink. I wasn't sure. But I knew, with a desperate clarity, that if I didn't act soon, I would become just another entry in that horrifying, blood-stained diary. It was nearly dawn when I saw my chance. Jacob had been growing increasingly erratic, his movements less coordinated, his attention flagging. In a moment of carelessness, he set the knife down on the table, just beyond his immediate reach. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cold handle just as he realized his fatal mistake. What happened next was a blur of raw violence and desperate, primal struggle. We grappled, each of us fighting with every ounce of our remaining strength for control of the knife. I felt the sharp blade slice into my arm, a searing pain, but the sensation was distant, almost numb, overwhelmed by the overwhelming surge of adrenaline and the absolute, unyielding certainty that this was my only chance at survival. Somehow, through sheer luck or an indomitable will, I ended up on top. The knife plunged deep into Jacob's chest. His eyes widened in startled surprise, then morphed into furious anger, then finally went blank as the life slowly drained out of him. I scrambled away, my breaths coming in ragged, desperate gasps. The storm had passed, and in the pale, gray light of dawn, the cabin looked different, smaller somehow, less of a shelter and more of a tomb. Moving on autopilot, I gathered my few belongings and stumbled out into the cool morning air. I walked for hours, my mind a blank, putting as much distance as I possibly could between myself and the cabin. When I finally reached a ranger station, I broke down, the terrifying events of the night pouring out of me in a jumbled, hysterical rush. The aftermath was a whirlwind of police interviews, medical examinations, and traumatic flashbacks. They found the cabin, and with it, irrefutable evidence of Jacob's other victims. Families finally got closure for loved ones long missing. I was hailed as a hero, the one who had finally ended Jacob Hawthorne's twisted reign of terror. But I didn't feel like a hero. I felt broken, haunted by the lingering memory of that night and the countless lives that had been tragically lost in that lonely cabin. The physical wounds healed, but the mental scars ran deep. It's been years now, and I've learned to live with what happened. Therapy helped, as did the unwavering support of my family and friends. I even started hiking again, though never alone, and never in that specific, cursed part of the country. But sometimes, on stormy nights, when the wind howls mournfully outside my window, I find myself transported back to that cabin. I feel the chilling weight of the knife in my hand, see the light fade from Jacob's eyes, and I remember how incredibly thin the line is between safety and imminent danger, between being the victim and becoming something else entirely. The cabin in the woods was supposed to be a shelter from the storm. Instead, it became the eye of a hurricane that changed my life forever. It taught me that sometimes the most dangerous storms are the ones that rage inside the human heart, and that survival often comes at a profound cost we can never fully anticipate. Story 11. The laughter of children filled the air, a stark, almost painful contrast to the chill that ran down my spine as I spotted him, a lone figure with a camera, his long lens trained not on the vibrant carousel or the fluffy cotton candy stands, but disturbingly, intently, on the bustling playground. In that unsettling moment, I didn't know that my instinct to intervene would plunge me into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. It was the 4th of July, and the local park was buzzing with activity. Families sprawled lazily on picnic blankets, the comforting scent of barbecue mingling with the cloyingly sweet aroma of funnel cakes. I was there with my sister, Sarah, and her 2 energetic kids, enjoying a rare, blissful day off from my demanding job as a social worker. It was supposed to be a day of pure relaxation and celebration, but years of working with at-risk children had honed my senses to an almost preternatural awareness of potential threats. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was a parent, simply capturing cherished memories of his own child. But as I watched him move, slowly, deliberately, from one group of kids to another, always meticulously keeping his distance, always unnervingly alone, the unease in my gut grew, cold and insistent. His camera was professional grade, far too expensive and specialized for casual vacation snapshots. I nudged my sister, my voice low. "Hey, Sarah, do you see that guy over there? The one with the camera?" She followed my gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. "Yeah, what about him?" "I don't know," I confessed, trying to keep my voice down. "Something just feels off. He's been taking pictures of the kids for the last half hour, but I haven't seen him with any family." Sarah's eyes widened slightly, a dawning comprehension in them. "You don't think?" I nodded grimly. "I'm going to go talk to him. Can you keep a close eye on the kids?" She grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "Be careful, Alex. What if he's dangerous?" I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I deal with all sorts of people at work, remember? I'll be fine. Just maybe have your phone ready, just in case." As I approached the man, I consciously tried to project an air of casual friendliness. He was middle-aged, utterly unremarkable in appearance, dressed in khakis and a polo shirt. He could have been anyone's neighbor or co-worker. "Beautiful day for pictures, isn't it?" I said, coming to stand casually beside him. He startled slightly, lowering his camera. "Oh, yes, it is. You must be getting some great shots of your kids," I probed, carefully watching his reaction. A flicker of something, panic, anger, crossed his face before he smoothly plastered on a strained smile. "No kids of my own," he replied. "I'm a freelance photographer, just capturing the spirit of the holiday, you know." Alarm bells began to clang loudly in my head now. "Oh? And who do you freelance for?" I pressed. He hesitated, just a fraction too long. "Various local publications. Nothing you'd have heard of, probably." I decided to push harder, directly addressing my suspicion. "You know, as a parent myself, I'd be a little uncomfortable with a stranger taking pictures of my kids without permission. Maybe you should stick to the decorations and food stands?" His demeanor changed instantly. The friendly, innocuous facade dropped away completely, replaced by something cold, hard, and utterly menacing. "Listen, lady," he growled, his voice dropping. "I don't know who you think you are, but this is a public park. I have every right to be here and take pictures of whatever I want." I stood my ground, even as my heart raced, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. "Actually, you don't. Not of minors without parental consent. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, or I'll call the police." For a terrifying moment, I thought he might back down. But then his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with a bruising, inescapable force. "You're not calling anyone," he snarled. What happened next was a blur of motion and raw adrenaline. I twisted, breaking his grip the way I'd been taught in self-defense classes years ago. He lunged at me, his camera swinging wildly like a weapon. I ducked, feeling the whoosh of air as it narrowly missed my head by inches. People were starting to notice now. I could hear shouts, the rising screams of frightened children. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah, her phone already pressed to her ear, presumably dialing 911. The man must have realized he was drawing too much unwanted attention. He turned to run, but I couldn't let him get away. Not when I was so certain now that my suspicions had been absolutely, horrifyingly right. I tackled him from behind, sending us both crashing to the dusty ground. We grappled fiercely in the dirt, him trying desperately to break free, me desperately trying to hold on until help, any help, arrived. He was stronger than me, far stronger, but I had the undeniable advantage of righteous anger and the unyielding determination of someone who had witnessed far too many children hurt by predators just like him. Finally, I heard the blessed, unmistakable sound of police sirens, growing louder with each second. The man redoubled his efforts to escape, landing a solid punch to my ribs that left me gasping, winded, and doubled over. But it was too late for him. Strong hands pulled him off me, and I looked up to see two police officers wrestling him into handcuffs. As I slowly sat up, wincing at the throbbing pain in my side, I saw his camera lying in the grass where it had fallen during our struggle. The screen was cracked, but it was still on. And what I saw on that screen made my blood run absolutely cold. It wasn't just innocuous pictures of children at the park. There were other images. Darker. Far more sinister. Children in various states of undress, in poses no child should ever be in. My stomach churned violently, and I had to physically tear my gaze away. The next few hours passed in a disorienting blur of police statements and mandatory medical checks. The man, it turned out, was wanted in 3 different states for the production and distribution of child pornography. My instincts, horrifyingly, had been correct, and my actions had likely saved countless children from becoming his victims. But as the adrenaline wore off and the grim reality of what had truly happened sank in, I found myself shaking uncontrollably. Sarah hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You could have been killed," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "But I wasn't," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. And neither was anyone else. In the days and weeks that followed, I was hailed as a hero. Local news stations wanted interviews. Grateful parents from the park reached out to thank me profusely. But I couldn't shake the oppressive darkness of what I'd seen, the chilling knowledge of what that man had been doing, and what he had undoubtedly planned to do. I threw myself into my work with a renewed, fierce vigor, utterly determined to do more, to protect vulnerable children. I advocated tirelessly for stronger laws, for better resources for law enforcement to catch predators. But at night, I was haunted by relentless nightmares of the struggle in the park, of the grotesque images on that camera, of all the children I couldn't save. It took time and extensive therapy, but eventually, I learned to live with what had happened. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen, couldn't unknow the pervasive darkness that lurked in some people's hearts. But I could use that knowledge, that searing experience, to make a profound difference. Years later, I still go to that park on the 4th of July. I watch the children play, listen to their uninhibited laughter, and feel a bittersweet mixture of joy and unwavering vigilance. The world can be a dangerous, terrifying place, but it's also full of profound beauty and an innocence worth protecting. Sometimes, I catch myself scanning the crowd, looking for lone figures with cameras. Old habits die hard, I suppose. But now, instead of fear, I feel a deep sense of resolute determination. Because I know that for every predator out there are people like me, willing to stand up, to intervene, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The man with the camera taught me a harsh, brutal lesson about the grim realities of the world. But he also showed me the immense power of trusting your instincts, of being willing to act, even when it's scary or profoundly uncomfortable. One person can make a difference. One moment of courage can change countless lives. As the fireworks explode overhead, painting the night sky in glorious bursts of red, white, and blue, I silently renew my commitment to be that person, to possess that courage. Because in the end, that's what true freedom is about, not just celebrating our nation, but fiercely protecting the most vulnerable among us. The 4th of July will always be a day of mixed emotions for me now, a grim reminder of a terrifying encounter, yes, but also of the profound strength I found within myself. and the indelible knowledge that sometimes, ordinary people can be the heroes our world so desperately needs. Story 12. The pristine, undisturbed snow crunched rhythmically beneath my skis as I carved my way effortlessly down the deserted slope, leaving fresh tracks in the untouched white canvas. The sheer exhilaration of solitude, of being utterly alone in this vast, breathtaking winter wonderland, was intoxicating, a pure, unadulterated bliss. Until I caught sight of them. Dark, impossibly swift figures, moving with an unnatural, unsettling speed through the dense, snow-laden trees at the edge of my vision. In that terrifying, heart-stopping moment, the realization slammed into me: my peaceful, solo trip had twisted into a desperate, terrifying fight for survival against an enemy I couldn't even begin to comprehend, an unknown, malevolent force. I'd always been a bit of a loner, preferring the quiet, introspective companionship of nature to the chaotic, draining energy of crowds. So, when I stumbled upon an enticing online ad for a secluded ski resort nestled deep in the Swiss Alps, one that explicitly catered to solo travelers seeking profound tranquility, it seemed like the absolute perfect getaway. The brochure, with its glossy, inviting photos, promised miles of untouched powder, cozy, rustic chalets, and the exhilarating freedom to explore at your own unhurried pace. What it didn't mention, what it deliberately obscured, was the lurking, mortal danger, the insidious threat that hid in those picturesque, snow-covered woods. The first few days were pure bliss, a serene escape. I'd wake up early, well before dawn, grab a quick, simple breakfast at the resort's small, unassuming cafe, and then hit the slopes, my skis gliding over the untouched snow before anyone else was stirring. The resort hadn't been exaggerating about the untouched powder. Each morning felt like I was the very first person to ever carve tracks into that pristine, gleaming white canvas, a pristine, virgin landscape. It was on the fourth day, however, that things began to subtly, unnervingly, shift. I'd ventured further than usual, pushing my boundaries, following a narrow, winding trail that snaked through a particularly dense, ancient patch of towering pine trees. The snow was deeper here, a heavy, muffling blanket that swallowed all sound, until the world around me felt eerily, profoundly silent, almost suffocating. That's when I saw the first set of tracks. They weren't ski tracks, or even the familiar, regular pattern of snowshoes. These were different. Larger than any human footprint I'd ever seen, with strange, elongated toes that dug deep, unnatural depressions into the snow, as if something impossibly heavy had passed. I felt a chill, cold and insidious, that had nothing to do with the crisp mountain air. I desperately told myself I was being ridiculous, overreacting. Probably just some local wildlife, I reasoned, a large wolf, perhaps, or a bear that hadn't quite settled in for its winter hibernation. But as I continued slowly down the silent trail, my skis carving through the fresh powder, I couldn't shake the unsettling, pervasive feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes scrutinizing my every move. That night, back in my cozy, supposedly safe chalet, sleep was an impossible luxury. Every creak of the ancient wooden structure settling, every sudden gust of wind outside that whistled mournfully around the eaves, set my nerves on edge, a frantic, screaming alarm. I found myself repeatedly peering out the window into the impenetrable darkness, my breath misting in the cold air, half expecting to see glowing, malevolent eyes staring back at me from the shadowed tree line. When morning finally, blessedly, came, I debated staying in, holed up in the chalet, safe and warm. But the clear, brilliant blue sky and the tantalizing promise of fresh, pristine powder beckoned irresistibly, and I ultimately convinced myself that my overactive imagination was just working overtime in the unfamiliar, isolating surroundings. I set out early, as usual, but this time, a primal caution guiding me, I stuck rigidly to the more popular trails, closer to the reassuring bustle of the resort. For a few hours, everything felt blessedly normal. The familiar, rhythmic glide of my skis, the crisp, invigorating mountain air filling my lungs, the solitary beauty of the peaks, it all worked, slowly, to calm my frayed nerves, to quiet the insidious fear. Then, as I was taking a breather at the very top of a particularly challenging, steep run, gazing out at the panoramic vista, I saw them. At first, my mind, desperate for a normal explanation, registered them as other skiers. Three dark, indistinct figures, moving swiftly, unnaturally fast, through the dense trees at the very edge of the trail, where the snow lay deep and undisturbed. But something about their movement was profoundly, chillingly wrong. Too fluid. Too fast. And they weren't following any discernible trail I could see, moving with an impossible ease through the deep snow. I blinked, a desperate attempt to clear my vision, and they were gone, vanished into the thick, shadowed forest as if they'd never been there at all. My heart was pounding now, a frantic, terrified drum against my ribs, pure adrenaline surging through my system, hot and acrid. Every instinct screamed at me to get back to the resort, to the safety of other people, to the warmth and light of civilization. I pushed off, skiing faster than I ever had before, my technique forgotten, replaced by a desperate, frantic need for speed. My eyes darted constantly, anxiously, to the dark, menacing tree line. That's when I saw them again. Closer this time. So close I could see that these weren't people at all. They were tall. Impossibly tall, their forms gaunt and elongated, with limbs that seemed too long, too spindly, jointed in all the wrong, unnatural places. Their skin, what I could see of it, glimpsed through the gaps in their dark, shifting forms, was a pale, deathly gray that blended eerily, perfectly, with the snow-covered bark of the pine trees, making them almost invisible until they moved. And their faces I caught only a fleeting, horrifying glimpse, but it was enough, more than enough, to haunt my nightmares for years to come. No eyes. Just smooth, featureless skin where eyes should be. And a mouth, a gaping, cavernous maw, filled with rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth, gleaming wetly. I let out a strangled cry, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, my ski pole slipping from my suddenly numb, unresponsive fingers. I barely managed to stay upright as I careened wildly down the mountain, all grace and technique abandoned, pure, desperate panic propelling me forward. I tumbled into the snow, a messy, violent crash, my skis coming off and spinning away, useless, as I rolled to a stop, dazed and winded. I struggled desperately to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest. The creatures were closing in now, a silent, menacing advance, their chilling, chittering sound growing louder, more excited, a triumphant chorus of hunger. I could see them more clearly now, their forms resolving from the shadows, and part of me wished, with a profound, desperate ache, that I couldn't. Their bodies seemed to shift and change as they moved, a terrifying, fluid mutation, as if they weren't quite solid, not quite real. With no other choice, with no other option left, I started to run, plunging into the deep, unforgiving snow. Each step was agony, my heavy boots sinking deep, slowing me down, hindering my escape. I could feel them getting closer, their cold, malevolent presence radiating, the air around me growing colder, more oppressive, with each terrifying approach. Just as I felt a glacial, clammy hand brush against my back, its touch colder than death, I broke through the tree line. The resort was right there, a beacon of light and life in the encroaching darkness. People were milling about, oblivious, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding just yards away, a terrifying, unseen drama. Help! I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse, cracking with desperate fear. Somebody! Help me! Heads turned, expressions of confusion quickly morphing to shock and then to dawning horror and fear as they saw what was truly behind me, the indistinct shapes at the tree line. There was a sudden flurry of movement, shouts in various languages, as people screamed and ran for safety, scattering like startled birds. I risked a frantic glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creatures were right there, at the very edge of the tree line, so impossibly close I could see the strange, shifting, almost iridescent patterns on their gray skin, the terrifying contours of their bodies. But they had stopped. Abruptly. Motionless. At the edge of the trees, as if some invisible barrier, some unseen force, prevented them from entering the cleared, illuminated area around the resort. I stumbled the last few agonizing feet to the nearest building, a small, bustling ski rental shop, and collapsed against the rough wooden wall, my body trembling uncontrollably. My legs gave out beneath me, and I slid to the ground, gulping in air, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to beat out of my chest. A crowd had gathered now, guests and staff alike, staring in horrified fascination at the ominous tree line, their faces pale and drawn. But there was nothing to see. The creatures had vanished, as quickly and silently as they had appeared, melting back into the shadows of the forest. What followed was a blur of frantic questions, of disbelieving stares and wild, unsupported speculation. The local authorities were called. The serene, beautiful mountain was searched meticulously, but no trace was ever found of the things I had seen, no evidence of their terrifying existence. Many people, desperate for a rational explanation, believed I had simply panicked, that the isolation and the high altitude had played cruel tricks on my mind, conjuring phantoms. But I knew what I had seen. And I wasn't the only one. In hushed, low tones, some of the older staff members spoke of ancient legends, of whispered tales of primordial things that lived in the deepest, darkest parts of the mountains, things that hungered for warmth, for life, for fear. I left the resort that very same day, my idyllic vacation shattered, irrevocably twisted into a waking nightmare. As the train carried me swiftly down the mountain and away from that cursed place, I couldn't shake the pervasive, chilling feeling that I had brushed up against something ancient and terrifying, something that utterly defied explanation, something that existed beyond the fragile boundaries of human understanding. Now, years later, I still ski, driven by an unshakable compulsion, but never alone, and never, ever in remote, secluded areas. Sometimes, when the wind whistles through the trees just right, a low, sibilant sound, I hear that chilling, chittering sound again, a phantom echo. And I remember the day I learned that in some hidden corners of the world, the most dangerous predators aren't the ones we know, the familiar beasts of the wild, but the ones that lurk just beyond the edge of understanding, unseen and unspeakable, waiting patiently for unwary travelers to venture too far from safety, to stray too far from the light. The pristine slopes of that Swiss resort still call to me sometimes, in my restless dreams, a haunting, inviting image. But it's not the exhilarating thrill of untouched powder that I remember, not the joy of carving a fresh line. It's the heart-pounding terror of being hunted, the cold, brutal realization that in nature's grand, indifferent design, we humans are not always at the top of the food chain. And that some mysteries of the mountains are, truly, better left undiscovered, forever buried in the deep, silent snow. Story 13. The abandoned tent flapped eerily in the biting mountain breeze, its torn fabric a silent, tattered testament to the desperate struggle that had violently taken place within its flimsy walls. As we approached the desolate campsite, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, a primal warning system screaming in my mind. Something was profoundly, terribly wrong here. Little did we know, our insatiable curiosity was about to plunge us headlong into a nightmare that would test our survival skills, our very sanity, and our bonds of friendship to their absolute limits. It was supposed to be a routine weekend hike, a simple escape into the wild. Just me, Alex, and my two best friends, Mark and Jess. We'd been meticulously planning this trip for months, eagerly anticipating the chance to explore a new, challenging trail deep in the rugged Cascade Mountains. The weather had been perfect, crisp, clear skies and mild temperatures, ideal conditions for spending a few glorious days immersed in the untouched wilderness. We set out early that Friday morning, our packs loaded with supplies, our spirits high with the promise of adventure. The first day was everything we'd hoped for, challenging terrain that pushed our limits, breathtaking, panoramic views that stole our breath, and the kind of deep, unspoken camaraderie that only comes from shared adventure and facing the wild together. We made good time, covering more ground than we'd initially planned, fueled by youthful energy and the thrill of discovery. As the sun began its slow, majestic descent, painting the sky in fiery hues, we started looking for a suitable campsite, a flat spot to pitch our tents for the night. That's when Jess spotted it, a small, almost hidden clearing just off the main trail, partially obscured by a dense stand of towering, ancient pines. It looked absolutely perfect, save for one unsettling, jarring detail. There was already a tent there. "Hello?" Mark called out tentatively as we cautiously approached, his voice echoing in the sudden silence. No answer. The campsite looked like it had been hastily, violently abandoned. A backpack lay on its side, its contents spilled haphazardly across the damp ground, a chaotic mess. A pot still sat on a makeshift fire pit, the grim remnants of a meal crusted stubbornly to its bottom. "Maybe they just went for a hike and'll be back soon," Jess suggested, her voice lacking conviction, a nervous tremor betraying her words. I moved closer to the tent, a growing, insidious unease settling over me with each deliberate step. That's when I noticed the tears in the fabric. Jagged, violent rips that looked disturbingly like claw marks, savage and deliberate. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, a cold dread seeping into my bones, "I think we should keep moving." But before we could even begin to process my words, before we could decide what to do, a blood-curdling scream, raw and agonizing, echoed through the dense forest, piercing the silence and causing all three of us to jump, our hearts leaping into our throats. It was distant, but unmistakably human, filled with a primal terror. What the hell was that? Mark's eyes were wide with fear, reflecting the terror in his voice. "Someone could be hurt," Jess said, her voice tight with urgency. "We have to help." I wanted desperately to argue, to suggest we turn back immediately and alert the authorities, to flee this unseen terror. But I knew Jess was right. If someone was truly in trouble, in real danger, we couldn't just walk away, abandoning them. With growing, suffocating trepidation, we dropped our heavy packs, leaving them where they fell, and grabbed only the bare essentials, our first aid kit, flashlights, and a couple of protein bars each. The sun had almost set now, plunging the forest into a deeper, more ominous darkness with each passing minute. We moved cautiously, silently, in the direction of the fading screen, our flashlight beams cutting eerie, dancing shadows among the ancient trees. The forest seemed different now. Menacing. Every snapping twig beneath our feet made us flinch, every rustle of leaves had us spinning around frantically, our hearts pounding like war drums. After what felt like hours, an eternity of creeping dread, but was probably only 20 minutes, we came across another campsite. This one was in even worse shape than the first. The tent was completely shredded, reduced to ribbons, sleeping bags and gear strewn everywhere in a chaotic, violent mess. And there, in the chilling center of the destruction, was a single hiking boot, its worn leather horribly stained with what looked unmistakably like dried blood. "Oh God," Jess breathed, her hand clamped over her mouth, a desperate attempt to stifle a scream. I was about to suggest we turn back, to flee, to acknowledge that this was clearly beyond our ability to help, when we heard it. A low, guttural, rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating through the very earth beneath our feet. We instinctively huddled together, a small, terrified huddle, our flashlights darting frantically from tree to tree, desperately searching for the source. That's when I saw them. Eyes. Reflecting faintly in the oppressive darkness. Not just one pair, but several pairs, surrounding us on all sides, gleaming like predatory embers. "Run!" I yelled, my voice a raw, desperate shriek, grabbing Jess and Mark by their sleeves, pulling them forward. We took off, crashing blindly through the dense underbrush, with no regard for the faint trail or any sense of direction. All that mattered was putting as much desperate distance as possible between us and whatever terrifying things were back there. I could hear heavy, thudding footfalls behind us, branches snapping loudly under the immense weight of our unseen pursuers, gaining on us. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under my feet. We'd run right off the edge of a steep embankment, a blind drop into the unknown. We tumbled violently down the slope, a chaotic tangle of limbs and panicked cries, finally coming to an abrupt, painful stop at the bottom. Dazed and bruised, every muscle aching, we scrambled desperately to our feet. My flashlight had broken in the violent fall, its beam a dead, useless thing, but Mark still worked, casting a weak, trembling light. In its shaky beam, I could see we'd landed in some kind of narrow ravine, its steep, unforgiving walls rising sharply on either side. A small, trickling stream murmured softly nearby, a faint sound of life in the oppressive quiet. "Quick, in here!" Jess hissed, her voice a raw whisper, pointing frantically to a narrow, almost imperceptible opening in the ravine wall. It looked like the dark, cramped entrance to a small cave. We squeezed inside, our bodies pressed painfully against the cold stone, barely daring to breathe, just as something massive crashed down the embankment after us, its heavy thud shaking the very ground. Pressed against the cold stone, barely daring to breathe, we listened. Heavy, ragged breathing. The chilling sound of sniffing. Then a frustrated, guttural howl that chilled me to my very core. a sound of frustrated hunger. For hours, we huddled in that tiny, suffocating cave, jumping at every subtle sound, every rustle outside. Whatever was out there, it knew we were close, knew we were trapped. Occasionally, we'd hear it pass directly by our hiding spot, its claws scraping ominously against the rough rock wall, a chilling reminder of its presence. As the night wore on, punctuated by these terrifying sounds, exhaustion, a heavy, irresistible weight, began to set in. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining in the oppressive darkness, though sleep was nearly impossible given our terrifying circumstances. During one of my shifts, I heard Mark and Jess whispering, their voices low and trembling. "What do you think they are?" Jess asked, her voice filled with a desperate fear. "I don't know," Mark replied, his voice strained. "Bears, maybe? But bears don't hunt in packs like this." I didn't offer my own opinion, but a cold, terrible certainty settled over me. Whatever was stalking us, whatever terrifying entity lurked outside, it was no ordinary predator. The chilling intelligence behind its movements, the way it had deliberately herded us into this ravine, like sheep to the slaughter, this was something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent. As the first, faint light of dawn began to filter tentatively into our cramped cave, a sliver of fragile hope, the terrifying noises outside finally, blessedly, ceased. We waited another agonizing hour, hardly daring to hope, before cautiously, slowly, emerging from our hiding spot, our bodies stiff and aching. The ravine looked different in the muted daylight, less immediately threatening, but no less alien, no less disorienting. We were completely turned around, utterly lost, with no idea which direction would lead us back to the familiar trail. "We need to get to higher ground," I said, my voice raspy, eyeing the steep, unforgiving walls around us. "Try to figure out where we are." It took us the better part of the morning, an agonizing, slow ascent, to find a way out of the ravine. Our progress was painfully slowed by our injuries from the fall and the constant, overwhelming need to stay alert for any sign of danger, any return of our unseen pursuers. By the time we reached the top, the sun was high in the sky, a searing, unrelenting presence. From our elevated vantage point, we could see for miles. The forest stretched out in every direction, an endless, unbroken sea of green, with no sign of civilization, no comforting smoke from a distant town. But something else caught my eye, a faint, wispy plume of smoke rising in the far distance. "Look!" I pointed, my arm trembling with effort. That could be a campfire. Maybe a ranger station. It was our only lead, our only hope, so we set off, limping, stumbling, in that direction. The going was incredibly tough. We had no trail to follow and had to navigate around massive fallen trees and through dense, thorny underbrush. And all the while, the chilling, pervasive feeling remained, that we were being watched, that unseen eyes followed our every move. As we got closer to the source of the smoke, a new sound, sharp and distinct, reached our ears, voices. Human voices. Relief, profound and dizzying, washed over me, and we quickened our pace, spurred on by the promise of human contact. We burst into a clearing, ready to call out for help, to scream for salvation, but the words died in my throat, choked by sheer, horrified disbelief. What we saw made no sense, defied all logic. It was some kind of camp, certainly, but unlike anything I'd ever seen, anything I could comprehend. Crude, makeshift structures, woven from branches and animal hides, surrounded a central fire pit. And the people, they didn't look right. Their movements were jerky, almost inhuman, a disturbing, unnatural gait. And they were dressed in ragged, animal furs that looked like they'd been worn for years, matted with grime and something dark. One of them turned, its head snapping towards us, and saw us. It let out a high-pitched shriek, a raw, piercing sound that sent a fresh wave of terror through me, sending the others into a frantic, agitated frenzy. They began to converge on us, moving with a chilling, synchronized purpose, brandishing crude spears and heavy clubs, their eyes gleaming. "Run!" I yelled, for the second time in 24 horrifying hours, my voice raw and desperate. We tore off into the forest once more, a blind, panicked flight, the strange people in relentless pursuit, their shrieks filling the air, coming from all directions, a cacophony of inhuman sound. It was like the whole forest had come alive, hostile and hungry, thirsty for our blood. Just when I thought we couldn't run any further, when my lungs burned with an agony beyond endurance, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves abruptly on the edge of a cliff. Below us, a dizzying drop, I could see a winding road snaking through the valley, civilization. So close, yet so impossibly far. The shrieks were getting closer, growing louder, more triumphant. We were trapped, caught between our relentless pursuers and the deadly, plummeting drop. "We have to jump," Mark yelled, gesturing frantically to a narrow ledge about 15 feet below us. It wasn't much, a precarious foothold, but it was our only chance, a desperate, last-ditch gamble. Without time to second-guess, without a moment for fear, we leaped. I hit the ledge hard, the brutal impact knocking the wind clean out of me, a searing pain blooming through my body. Jess landed next to me with a cry of pain, a choked sob, her ankle twisted at an odd, unnatural angle. Above us, inhuman faces, distorted by rage and hunger, peered over the edge of the cliff, their eyes gleaming with a feral, predatory hunger. But they didn't follow. Something about the open, exposed space, the lack of cover, seemed to repel them. We made our way down the cliff face as quickly and agonizingly as we could, Jess hobbling, supported by Mark and me, her injured ankle screaming in protest. By the time we reached the blessed relief of the road, the sun was setting once again, casting long, menacing shadows. We flagged down the first car we saw, probably looking like wild, insane people with our torn clothes, bruised faces, and wild, terrified eyes. The authorities never found any trace of the camp we'd seen, or the terrifying creatures that had hunted us. The official report, a cold, rational document, chalked it up to mass hysteria, a collective hallucination brought on by getting lost, disoriented, and afraid in the vast, unforgiving wilderness. But we knew what we'd seen. I don't go hiking anymore. The call of the wild has lost its alluring appeal, replaced by a deep-seated dread. Because now I know that in the deepest, most remote parts of the forest, where the shadows are darkest and the silence is deepest, there are things that defy explanation, things that hunt and hunger and wait patiently for unwary travelers to stumble into their domain, into their terrifying grasp. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, when it carries a certain whisper through the trees, I swear I can still hear those inhuman shrieks echoing in the distance, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk just beyond the edge of our understanding. Story 14. The murky, primeval water of the bayou lapped gently, almost seductively, against our airboat, its rhythmic sighs drawing us deeper and deeper into the suffocating heart of the swamp. The tour guide's cheerful, practiced banter, once a reassuring presence, faded into the background, swallowed by an eerie, profound silence that descended upon us like a heavy shroud. Little did we know, our impulsive detour off the main, well-worn channel would lead us directly into the insidious clutches of a hidden, isolated community, a secretive enclave with chilling, sinister intentions for any outsiders who dared to venture too close to their ancient, mysterious world. I'd always been utterly fascinated by the dark, alluring mystique of the Louisiana bayous, the tangled, ancient cypress trees draped in ghostly Spanish moss, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The whispered legends of voodoo and haunted plantations, tales spun from shadow and dread. The unique, teeming ecosystem, vibrant and dangerous, teeming with unseen life. It all called to the adventure seeker within me, a primal lure to the untamed and unknown. So, when my college friends suggested a spontaneous weekend trip to New Orleans, a vibrant explosion of culture and revelry, I jumped at the chance to book us a swamp tour, an opportunity to truly immerse ourselves in the region's wild heart. There were 5 of us, myself, Alex, my roommate, Jake, his quiet girlfriend, Lily, and our boisterous friends, Mike and Sarah. We'd spent a raucous, unforgettable couple of nights exploring the vibrant, chaotic French Quarter, losing ourselves in its endless energy, and this swamp tour was meant to be a welcome change of pace, a chance to witness the raw, natural beauty of Louisiana, a tranquil counterpoint to the urban excess. The tour started typically enough, a standard, predictable tourist experience. Our guide, a weathered old Cajun, his face a roadmap of sun-baked wrinkles, who introduced himself as Boudreaux, regaled us with colorful tales of lurking alligators and local folklore, spun with a thick, charming accent, as we skimmed effortlessly across the dark, still water. His stories were entertaining, if a bit rehearsed, delivered with the practiced ease of countless repetitions, and I found myself drawn more to the ethereal, ancient landscape around us, the primeval beauty of the swamp, than to his well-worn narratives. About an hour into the tour, however, Boudreaux's demeanor subtly, unnervingly, changed. He became quieter, his usual cheerful patter replaced by a tense, focused silence, his eyes constantly scanning the dense shoreline, darting left and right as if searching for something, or someone. When Jake, sensing the shift, asked if everything was all right, Boudreaux forced a strained, brittle smile and said, "Just keeping an eye out for gators, Chair. They can be sneaky bastards." But I didn't buy it. There was a palpable tension in his posture, a rigidity that hadn't been there before, a subtle tremor that spoke of genuine fear. It was then that I noticed we'd veered sharply off the main, wide channel, turning into a narrower, more overgrown waterway. The trees grew denser here, their gnarled, intertwining branches forming a suffocating canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight, plunging us into a green, watery gloom. The air grew thick and heavy, laden with the cloying scent of decaying vegetation, filled with the incessant buzz of unseen insects and the occasional, unsettling splash of something unseen breaking the water's dark surface. "Ah, Boudreaux?" Mike called out from the back of the boat, his voice laced with a nervous uncertainty. "I think we might be lost, man. This doesn't look like the way we came." Boudreaux didn't respond, his knuckles white against the steering column, his eyes fixed rigidly ahead, a desperate, unseeing stare. A profound sense of unease, cold and creeping, settled over our group, tightening its grip. Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging painfully into my skin, her fingers trembling. Alex, she whispered, her voice a thin thread of terror. "Something's not right. We need to turn back." I was about to agree, to voice my own escalating fear, when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the dense, shadowed trees. At first, my mind, desperate for a rational explanation, dismissed it as just a bird, or maybe a monkey swinging through the branches. But as I focused, my eyes straining in the dim light, I realized it was a person. They were moving with an unnatural, impossible agility, swinging from branch to branch like some kind of grotesque swamp acrobat, impossibly swift and silent. "Look!" I hissed, pointing a trembling finger, my voice barely audible over the drone of the engine. But by the time the others turned, their eyes darting, the figure had vanished, swallowed by the dense foliage. Lily let out a nervous, strained laugh, a high-pitched, almost hysterical sound. "Very funny, Alex. Trying to scare us with swamp people stories." But her laughter died in her throat, choked by sudden fear, as more movement, undeniable and terrifying, caught our eye. This time, it wasn't just one figure. Shadows seemed to ripple and flit between the trees on both sides of the narrow channel, a silent, menacing legion. Occasionally, I caught fleeting glimpses of pale, almost translucent skin, glistening wetly, or eyes reflecting the dim light with the unnerving, predatory gleam of a nocturnal animal. "Boudreaux," Jake said, his voice tight with barely suppressed fear. "What the hell is going on?" Our guide finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with a profound, agonizing despair. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a choice. They have my granddaughter." Before any of us could fully process what he meant, before the terrifying implication could truly sink in, the boat's engine sputtered, coughed, and died. We drifted to a silent, unsettling stop in the dead center of the channel, surrounded on all sides by the impenetrable, silent swamp, a vast, green tomb. For a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but the buzz of insects and the oppressive quiet. Then, with a series of chilling splashes, figures began to emerge from the murky water. They moved with an eerie, unnatural grace, their bodies covered in a slick sheen of algae and mud that made them almost indistinguishable from the swamp itself, blending seamlessly into its primeval landscape. As they drew closer, resolve hardening, I could see that their features were profoundly, disturbingly wrong. Eyes too large, bulging and black. Fingers too long, tipped with sharp, dark claws. Mouths that seemed to contain too many teeth, a horrifying, serrated maw. "What are they?" Sarah whimpered, her hand clamped over her mouth. Boudreaux's shoulders sagged in utter defeat, his face a mask of despair. "The forgotten ones. Those who went into the swamp and never came out. Generations living in the bayou, changing, adapting. They need new blood, you see, to keep from becoming something else entirely." The creatures, for I couldn't possibly think of them as human, began to clamber onto the boat, their movements disturbingly fluid, their forms skeletal and wiry. Their touch was cold and slimy, like something pulled from the deepest, darkest parts of the earth, and their strength was far greater than their thin, sinewy frames suggested. We fought, of course. Jake managed to knock one back into the water with a desperate swing of an oar, and I heard Mike's fist connect with something solid, a wet, sickening thud. But we were hopelessly outnumbered and utterly outmatched. I felt cold, clammy hands grabbing me, their grip like iron, pulling me towards the murky, dark water, a silent, unseen force. I thrashed and kicked, my lungs burning, screaming for air, as I struggled desperately to break free, to escape their grasp. The last thing I saw before being dragged under was Boudreaux's face, a single, glistening tear rolling slowly down his weathered cheek, a silent testament to his profound, agonizing sorrow. The world became a dizzying, suffocating confusion of darkness and swirling, cold water. I was certain I was about to die, to become another lost victim of the bayou's dark, ancient secrets. But then, just as my lungs were about to burst, screaming for air, I was violently yanked upward. I broke the surface with a desperate, guttural gasp, coughing and sputtering, water streaming from my mouth and nose. As my vision cleared, slowly resolving from the murky blur, I realized I was no longer in the narrow channel where our boat had been ambushed. Instead, I found myself in a small, hidden lagoon, surrounded by what looked like a village, impossibly, built directly into the trees. Crude platforms and rickety walkways, fashioned from salvaged materials, connected the massive cypresses, with small, precarious huts constructed of mud and branches perched precariously in the highest branches. Figures moved about on these aerial pathways, their movements as fluid and unsettling as those we'd seen in the water, a disturbing, alien ballet. I was hauled roughly onto a wooden platform, its surface slick and cold, my friends dumped unceremoniously beside me, their bodies limp and unresponsive. We huddled together, shivering uncontrollably, terrified and disoriented, as our captors gathered silently around us. In the better, though still dim, light of the lagoon, I could see just how inhuman they truly were, how profoundly they had changed. Their skin was pale and slightly translucent, almost ghostly, with a visible network of dark, pulsing veins beneath. Their eyes were huge and bulbous, disproportionately large, adapted for seeing in the murky, lightless waters of the swamp, gleaming with a predatory, unblinking intensity. And when they opened their mouths to communicate, emitting a series of chilling clicks and whistles, I saw rows of needle-sharp teeth, too many too sharp, a terrifying, serrated maw. An older creature, distinguished by the elaborate necklace of bones and shells it wore, a macabre adornment, approached. It studied us intently, its head cocked, before turning its impossibly large eyes to Boudreaux, who had been brought to the platform behind us, his face a mask of profound shame. "You have done well," it said, its voice a raspy, guttural approximation of human speech, barely recognizable. "Your kin will be returned to you as promised." Boudreaux nodded, his eyes downcast, tears glistening on his cheeks. What will happen to them?" he asked, gesturing weakly towards us, his voice filled with a desperate, pleading hope. The leader's mouth stretched into what I suppose was meant to be a smile, but the effect was chilling, a grotesque parody of human emotion. "They will join us, of course. Become part of the tribe. In time, they will adapt. As we all have. Like hell we will." Jake shouted, struggling desperately to his feet, defiance blazing in his eyes. But before he could take a single step, one of the creatures was on him, moving faster than should have been possible, a blur of motion. Jake went down hard, a sickening thud, a set of deep, savage scratches across his chest, bleeding profusely. "You have no choice," the leader continued, utterly unfazed, as if the interruption hadn't occurred, his voice flat and chilling. "The bayou claims all who enter its domain. You are ours now." What followed was a nightmare beyond all imagining. We were separated, brutally, each of us taken to a different, isolated part of the sprawling, tree-top village. I was brought to a small, precarious hut near the water's edge, where an elderly creature, female I think, waited, her eyes ancient and knowing. She was surrounded by an array of crude, bone-handled instruments and bowls filled with foul-smelling, murky concoctions. "Do not fight it," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves, as she approached me with a bowl of murky, viscous liquid. "The change will be easier if you embrace it." I wanted to resist, to fight back, to do anything other than accept this insane, horrifying fate. But my body wouldn't respond. Whether from sheer terror, profound exhaustion, or some unseen, insidious influence, I found myself utterly unable to move, frozen, as she poured the vile, pungent mixture down my throat. The effect was immediate and horrifying. It felt like my insides were on fire, a searing agony, my skin crawling as if trying to reshape itself, to shed its old form. I could feel my bones shifting, grinding painfully, my senses altering in ways I couldn't comprehend, morphing, twisting into something alien. And all the while, the old creature chanted, a low, guttural murmur, in a language that sounded ancient and wrong, a forgotten, unholy tongue. I don't know how long the agonizing process lasted. Time lost all meaning, dissolving into a continuous loop of pain and confusion, as my body and mind were twisted, irrevocably, into something new, something that belonged, utterly, to the swamp. When it was finally over, when the agonizing transformation had ceased, I looked down at my hands. And I saw webbing. Thick, translucent webbing between my fingers, my skin taking on a greenish, almost translucent quality, glistening wetly in the dim light. In that horrifying moment, I understood the true, unspeakable horror of what had happened. We hadn't just been kidnapped or assaulted. We had been transformed, remade, into creatures of the bayou, part of its ancient, hungry ecosystem. And the most terrifying part? A small, growing, insidious part of me felt like I belonged. Days blurred into weeks. Weeks into months. I watched, helpless, as my friends underwent similar, grotesque transformations, their humanity slowly, inevitably eroding away, replaced by something wild and alien. We learned to swim through the murky waters with unsettling ease, to hunt the creatures of the swamp with primal efficiency, to navigate the treacherous, ever-shifting landscape that was now our home. But unlike the others, I never fully lost myself. Some small, defiant part of my human consciousness remained trapped, screaming silently inside this new, monstrous form. And it's that part that tells this story now, a desperate, fading warning to all who might venture too deep into the bayou. For in the heart of the swamp, where the trees grow thick and the water runs deep, there are secrets best left undiscovered. And those who ignore this warning, those who dare to trespass, may find themselves joining the ranks of the forgotten, forever lost to the dark, inescapable embrace of the bayou. Forever changed. Story 15. The crackle of the fireplace should have been a comforting, inviting sound, a warm embrace against the growing chill of the mountain night. But as I caught the caretaker's reflection in the window, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling, predatory intensity, the warmth turned to ice. I realized, with a sickening lurch of dread, that our romantic getaway had twisted into a waking nightmare. Trapped in a secluded cabin, miles from civilization, with a man whose intentions grew darker and more menacing with each passing hour, my partner, Elena, and I would soon discover that the true horror wasn't the howling storm raging outside, but the predator we had unwittingly invited into our fragile sanctuary. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend escape. After months of grueling overtime and soul-crushing stress, Elena and I had finally managed to coordinate our chaotic schedules for a much-needed, blissful retreat. We'd found this quaint little cabin online, Whispering Creek Retreat, it was called, nestled deep in the heart of the mountains, promising absolute seclusion and profound tranquility. The glossy online photos showcased a cozy, rustic interior, a charming wraparound porch with stunning, panoramic views of the autumn foliage, and miles of pristine hiking trails right outside the door. It seemed utterly ideal, a dream brought to life. The drive up was breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of winding roads and vibrant autumn colors, the trees ablaze in fiery reds and brilliant golds. We arrived just as the sun was beginning its slow, majestic descent, casting a golden, ethereal glow over the small, secluded clearing where the cabin sat. It was even more charming in person, exuding a rustic, weathered beauty, all rough-hewn wood and a massive, inviting stone chimney. As we pulled up, a man emerged from a small, dilapidated shed near the main cabin. He was tall and lean, probably in his late 50s, with salt and pepper hair and the weathered, sun-baked look of someone who spent far too much time outdoors. He introduced himself as Earl, the caretaker. "Glad you made it before dark," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp, gruff but not unfriendly. "Got a storm rolling in tonight. Might lose power, but don't you worry. Got a generator all set up if we need it." He helped us with our bags, his movements efficient, giving us a quick, perfunctory tour of the cabin. It was as cozy inside as it had looked in the photos, all warm, knotty wood and plush, inviting furniture, with a massive stone fireplace dominating one wall, a comforting centerpiece. "I live just down the way," Earl said, pointing vaguely towards the shed, a dark, unassuming silhouette against the darkening trees. "You need anything at all, don't hesitate to holler. Cell reception spotty up here, so best to just come knock if there's trouble." We thanked him, our smiles genuine, and he left us to settle in, melting back into the shadows. Elena and I exchanged excited grins. Despite his warning about the storm, we were both looking forward to a quiet, cozy night in, a blissful escape from the world. We unpacked our bags, uncorked a bottle of deep red wine, and I set about getting a roaring fire going in the stone hearth. By the time we sat down to the simple, prepared dinner we'd brought, the wind had picked up outside, whistling mournfully around the eaves of the cabin, a low, eerie moan. "Guess Earl wasn't kidding about that storm," Elena said, glancing nervously towards the windows. The towering trees beyond were swaying ominously in the rapidly growing darkness, their branches thrashing like desperate arms. We cleaned up dinner and settled onto the plush couch, the crackling fire and the howling wind creating a cozy, almost primal atmosphere, a sense of being sheltered from the wild. It was as we were discussing our plans for hiking the next day, mapping out trails, that the lights flickered, a sudden, jarring blink, then went out completely, plunging the cabin into absolute darkness. "Well," I muttered, fumbling frantically for my phone to use as a makeshift flashlight, its feeble beam barely cutting through the gloom. "Should we go see if Earl can get that generator going?" Elena asked, her face ghostly pale in the light of my phone screen, her voice tight with apprehension. I was about to agree, to voice my own trepidation, when there was a soft, insistent knock at the door. Earl's voice came through, muffled by the howling wind and the thick wood. "You folks all right in there?" I opened the door, a wave of cold air washing over me, to find Earl standing there, a flickering lantern in one hand, casting dancing shadows on his face, and a large, heavy toolbox in the other. "Figured you might need some help," he said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation, his presence filling the small entryway. He set about getting the generator hooked up, moving with an unnerving efficiency, making small talk as he worked. There was something subtly, profoundly off about his demeanor now, a tension that hadn't been there earlier, a dark undercurrent. I tried to rationalize it, chalking it up to the stress of the storm, but a nagging, insidious feeling of unease began to grow in the pit of my stomach, tightening with each passing moment. It was when I caught him staring at Elena for a bit too long, his gaze lingering, that the alarm bells truly began to ring in my head, loud and insistent. "Well, we really appreciate all your help, Earl," I said firmly, my voice deliberately edged with a polite finality, moving pointedly towards the door. "But it's getting late, and we're pretty tired from the drive." A flash of something, anger, frustration, a raw, primal malevolence, crossed Earl's face, a sudden, terrifying shift. But it was gone so quickly, so seamlessly, that I almost convinced myself I might have imagined it, a trick of the flickering light. Of course," he said, that forced, saccharine friendliness instantly back in his voice, a chilling mask. "You folks have a good night now. Remember, I'm just down the way if you need anything." As soon as the door closed behind him, Elena turned to me, her eyes wide with unvoiced terror. "Is it just me, or was that really weird?" I nodded, double-checking, then triple-checking, that the heavy door was locked, twisting the deadbolt with a desperate intensity. "Yeah," I whispered, my voice raw. "Something's definitely off with that guy." We tried desperately to shake off the uneasy feeling, to rationalize it, telling ourselves we were just on edge from the storm, from the isolation. But as we got ready for bed, the darkness pressing in, I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched, that unseen eyes were scrutinizing our every move. I kept catching fleeting glimpses of movement outside the windows, distorted shapes in the swirling rain, but every time I looked directly, straining my eyes, there was nothing there, just the empty, dark night. It was sometime after midnight when I jolted violently awake, every nerve in my body screaming in alarm. The storm was still raging outside, a symphony of wind and rain, but that wasn't what had woken me. There was a sound, faint but undeniably present, coming from somewhere inside the cabin, a soft, rhythmic creaking, like footsteps trying desperately to be quiet, to be unseen. I nudged Elena awake, putting a trembling finger to my lips when she started to speak, a choked gasp escaping her. We lay there, rigid with terror in the oppressive darkness, straining to listen, every sense heightened. The creaking had stopped, but now I could hear something else. Breathing. Not our own, shallow, panicked breaths, but heavier. Coming from just outside our bedroom door. Elena's eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated fear, reflecting the terror in mine. I motioned for her to stay put, a silent command, as I slowly, agonizingly silently, got out of bed, my bare feet cold against the wooden floor. My heart was pounding so loud, a frantic drum in my chest, I was sure whoever was out there must be able to hear it, a beacon of my fear. I crept towards the door, grabbing a heavy, metallic flashlight from my bag as I went, its cold weight a small comfort. With one quick, desperate motion, I yanked the door open, raising the flashlight like a weapon, its beam cutting a shaky arc through the darkness. The hallway was empty. I let out a shaky breath, A sound of profound relief, feeling utterly foolish, utterly paranoid. Maybe it had just been the old cabin settling, I told myself, its ancient timbers groaning. My imagination, running wild in a strange, isolated place. But then I saw it. Muddy bootprints. Distinct and undeniable, pressed into the gleaming hardwood floor, leading from the front door directly to just outside our room. "We need to leave," I whispered to Elena, my voice raw and urgent. "Now." We threw on clothes as quickly and quietly as we could, our movements frantic, shoving a few essentials into a single, small bag. The plan was simple: make a desperate run for the car, jump in, and get the hell out of there, speeding away from this nightmare. But as we crept silently down the hallway, our bare feet making no sound, we realized with growing, sickening horror that the muddy bootprints now led directly to the front door. Whoever had been in the cabin was no longer inside. They were outside. Waiting. "The back door," Elena mouthed, her eyes wide with a desperate, new plan, pointing frantically. We changed course, moving as silently as we could through the kitchen, our shadows long and distorted. I eased the back door open, wincing at every faint creak of the old wood. The porch was empty, a dark, rain-slicked expanse. The woods beyond, a menacing wall of impenetrable darkness and driving rain. We were halfway to the car, our movements desperate and clumsy in the dark, when a figure stepped out from behind a towering tree, his silhouette stark against the raging storm. Earl. He was holding something in his hand. In the dim, ambient light from the cabin, I realized with a terrifying jolt that it was a hunting knife, its blade gleaming wetly. "Now, where do you think you're going?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the roaring storm, but filled with a chilling, predatory calm. "The party's just getting started." Elena screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror, and we ran. Not towards the car, Earl was between us and our only means of escape. Instead, we plunged blindly into the dense, dark woods, branches whipping violently at our faces, stinging our eyes, as we stumbled frantically through the tangled underbrush, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I could hear Earl behind us, his voice now a chilling, sing-song lilt that made my skin crawl. "Come on now, don't be like that. I just want to have some fun." We ran until our lungs burned with an agonizing fire, the rain soaking us to the skin, chilling us to the bone. I had no idea where we were, no idea which direction might lead us to safety, to civilization. All I knew was that we had to keep moving, had to escape. Finally, breathless and aching, we came to a small, desperate clearing. In the center was an old hunting blind, barely more than a rickety wooden box perched precariously on stilts. Without a word, a silent agreement passing between us, we scrambled inside, pulling the flimsy, rotting door closed behind us, plunging ourselves into absolute darkness. We huddled there, trembling, in the suffocating blackness, trying desperately to quiet our ragged breathing, our hearts pounding like trapped birds. Outside, we could hear Earl moving through the woods, his heavy footsteps audible even over the storm, getting closer, then fading away again, a terrifying, unseen dance. "What do we do?" Elena whispered, her voice trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. I didn't have an answer. We were lost in unfamiliar, hostile woods, in the middle of a raging storm, being hunted by a madman. Our phones had no signal. We had no food, no water, and no idea how far we were from civilization, from any hope of rescue. As the agonizing night wore on, Earl's voice grew more frenzied, more unhinged, rising and falling in terrifying rants. He ranted about loneliness, about the profound injustice of happy couples coming to flaunt their love, their happiness, in his desolate domain. Several times, he passed within mere feet of our flimsy hiding place, his heavy footsteps making the ground vibrate, but the relentless rain and the suffocating darkness, miraculously, kept us concealed. It was nearing dawn, the sky barely a bruised gray, when we heard a new sound: vehicles. Approaching slowly, deliberately. Earl heard it too. His curses faded, his furious shouts dying, as he moved away, back towards the cabin, melting into the shadows. We waited, hardly daring to breathe, until we saw blessed flashlight beams cutting through the trees, sweeping the ground. When we heard voices, strong, official-sounding voices, calling out, we finally, cautiously, emerged from our hiding place, our bodies stiff and aching, our minds still reeling. The search party found us not long after, a group of state troopers and local police. They'd been alerted by the rental company when we hadn't checked out and weren't answering our phones, a final, unexpected lifeline. Earl, it turned out, had a history. A disturbing, violent history. He wasn't the caretaker at all, but a deranged squatter, a predator who had been living in the shed, preying on unsuspecting vacationers for months. The real caretaker, they informed us grimly, had been one of his first victims. As we were led back to the cabin, now a grotesque crime scene crawling with investigators and flashing lights, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Earl in the back of a police car. He was staring directly at me, his eyes gleaming with that same unsettling, malevolent intensity. Even in handcuffs, his hands bound, he managed to raise a hand in a slow, casual wave, a chilling, cheerful grin on his face, as if this was all some big, amusing misunderstanding, a twisted joke. Elena and I held each other tightly, shivering uncontrollably in the cold, gray morning light. Our romantic getaway had twisted into a horrifying, unforgettable nightmare, one that would haunt us for years to come, etched into our souls. But we had survived. We had faced the darkness, both in the ancient woods and in the twisted, malevolent mind of a predator, and come out the other side, scarred but alive. As we gave our statements to the police, the details tumbling out, I couldn't help but think about how quickly our peaceful retreat had turned into a desperate, brutal fight for survival. It was a harsh, brutal reminder that sometimes, the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones in stories or movies, the fantastical creatures of fiction. They're the ones wearing a friendly smile, offering to help with your bags, lurking in plain sight, waiting patiently for the perfect, terrifying moment to strike.